Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. And I'll invite Councillor Daniels to open the meeting with a karakia timatanga.
Kia ora tātou, kei te mihi mō te hui o te rā, te kaupapa whakahirahira. So, nō reira, tūtaua mai I runga, tūtaua mai raro, tūtaua mai I roto, tūtaua mai waho. Kia tau ai te mauri tū, te mauri ora, ki te katoa, haumi e, hui e, taiki e. Kia ora.
Kia ora, and thank you. The apologies are for Councillor Kewen for lateness, Councillor Goff for early departure, and from Councillor Major for partial absence. Are there any other apologies? If not, would someone like to move that they be accepted? James Daniels, seconded by Sarah Templeton. Put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That is carried. Thank you. Declarations of interest. No one's notified any declarations of particular interest. Move on to the representation review consideration of submissions and the staff recommendations. That we receive and consider the submissions on the rep review initial proposal, note the submitters wishing to be heard, and receiving the staff analysis summary of submissions. So I'll move that. Do I have a seconder for that? Tim? I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That is carried. And we'll now move on to the hearing of submissions, and thank you to all of those who have submitted. And the first set of submissions are oh no, we've got the council presentation first, is that right? Yeah, sorry, my apologies. Council presentation, who's doing that? John Purcell.
This will be a very brief and concise presentation. We've had over 200 responses, 200 submissions to the public consultation on the draft proposal, the initial proposal. I thank you to our community for taking such interest at a time when the demands are high. We've had a number of other processes running concurrently. Again, thank you all to the submitters who are coming in to present over the next day and a half. We're going to hear from our submitters until roughly midday Wednesday, at which time we refine our analysis, and we as a project team ask you as councillors for direction so we can complete the final proposal. Probably the main difference, the main additional information that as a project team we feel we have this year is the geographically representative survey that informed the initial proposal. 940 responses. They gave a, particularly in terms of communities of interest, some very, very clear feedback, and it was great to see that reflected on heat maps. Before we continue, we would just like to extend the offer as a project team. Should you require any other information, any analysis, now's the time to jot that down. This whole process is governed by a very, very tight statutory time frame, which we can't amend. So we have to be nimble and quick and accurate and act in the best interests of our community. So but without further ado, I'll just recommend that we go forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Mike?
Thanks, John. And I read through the agenda and the analysis, but it looks like your analysis is just focused on ward boundaries and not actually some of the, I guess, themes that were coming through the submissions. One theme as such being councillors voted large across community board areas. Why have you not included that in your analysis?
Well, it's included in the analysis that's attached.
No, it's not.
Well, it is to a certain extent.
Yeah, the submissions closed on the Sunday evening. We analysed submissions straight away. We have addressed the areas that we felt that most priority was given to. We could also say that we now have the opportunity, and this is the opportunity, for any other themes that councillors feel have not been sufficiently addressed to be addressed. We've got a window to do that, and if councillors feel that there are any topics that need a little bit more work, now's the time to do it.
No, not right now. So, and I've already had a discussion with the staff supporting this proposal, but you weren't able to come this morning. So what we're going to do is hear the submissions first, because I've raised a number of issues about different aspects of it as well. We then have a presentation on Wednesday, which is when the final set of submissions are being heard. In the afternoon, when we come back, we'll have an overview of what the key issues are that have come out of the submission process. Now, staff have been able to do that based on the submissions as written, but we're going to hear the submissions first, and then we're going to discuss what those key issues are. Some of them are relatively simple fixes. Others of them are far more in depth and are going to require councillors to contemplate them, and so those issues will be flagged, and then any additional issues that councillors want to have further information on, we will then gather at that time, and that is when we will be able to come back the following week, which is essentially to sign off on the main issues that we want to include in the final recommendation for adoption. We're under a strict timeline now, so it's the law that requires us to do these things within a certain time frame, and I think some of the submissions have indicated that maybe some of the general directions that we gave at the outset could have been more clearly honed and refined, but that's the point of a public submission process. So we're going to hear the submissions, and then we'll come back to these issues. So thank you very much, John, for your presentation, and we'll move on to the hearing of the submissions. So we start with the community boards, and I'd like to invite Kelly Barber and Bibi Frail, Coastal Burwood Community Board.
Kelly's under strict instructions not to speak. Until the end. Yeah. Our board supports the proposal for the reduction of our boards from 6 to 5 in order to create 5 3-ward boards. We've had great representation from our 2 councillors, but it does seem unfair that our board has 2 voices around the council table with others have 3, so that just helps to reduce that issue. We're happy with that. During the process and after we submitted, we had a lot of feedback from people in the coastal ward that feel that they have an affinity with other communities in coastal areas and argue for a coastal board that includes areas like Sumner and Redcliffs and around the bays. Now, I've read a response from staff on this, and I understand the logic. For example, the Heathcote ward actually contains the hills, suburbs, and a lot of other flat inland suburbs, and that Banks Peninsula is a special area and wants to remain that way. But it would be remiss of us to not pass on the concern of our community that they feel that the pressures are under and the future that they face make them more aligned to other coastal communities. I've also read the staff responses that suggested around our suggested small changes to the edges of our boundaries, and I do understand the constraints they're working under, trying to get the wards and the numbers right, and how we plan for the future and future growth and where that growth is going to happen. But in writing our submission, our board talked about the frustration of organising our ward boundaries using mesh blocks, as this is often at odds with the goal of providing effective representation for communities of interest. It cuts our communities up in weird ways that doesn't feel right to our communities. And I do understand that there's numbers, but the numbers are also people, and moving people around in blocks isn't necessarily the best way to achieve that goal. I don't know what the answer is. I'm not a statistician. I don't have the numbers in front of me to understand the complexity of the decisions that were made. I just know what I experience, which is that I often work with people who sit across 2 or 3 boards. They're working in communities that sit across 2 or 3 boards, and that is difficult for them to adequately represent the communities that they work in. So using mesh blocks to draw our boundaries has divided communities that feel like they belong together. The boundary, for example, between Richmond and Dallington, these communities fall between the Innes Ward and the Burwood Ward, which is less than ideal for the suburb of Richmond, who struggle sometimes with trying to deal with some of the issues they're facing across those ward boundaries. Our main concern, though, is that the proposal groups coastal, Burwood and Linwood wards together, and when you look at them, they're 3 wards of very high deprivation, and putting those 3 wards together groups that hybrid deprivation into a single board. I've thought and talked a lot about this in my community and with others, and I don't think that I don't want to come here and argue that we don't want to be in a 3-ward board with Linwood. It makes sense that they come together, but council needs to be mindful when that happens of the resources that are available to these communities. These are communities that are hard to represent because when you're living your life and trying to pay your rent and trying to pay your power bill, you have little time to think about where the bus stop should go, or issues that, what's happening in the red zone, things that will have a big impact on your future and your children's future, but you don't have the brain space to deal with right now. So it's a harder job for us to represent these people. We need to do it, but we need, I believe, additional resources to make that happen, and that's what I'm suggesting, is that if we are a 3-ward board that's coastal, Burwood and Linwood, that the council is mindful of the additional resources that requires in order to do. Now, Kelly's allowed to speak.
Thank you, Brady. You did such a good job. Yeah, I think I just want to reiterate what Bibi said. Our main concern is resourcing. Resourcing via population is a bit of a blunt instrument. It's equity versus equality. Equality is everyone having the same resources, but equity is helping those people who need it more to get to the start line. So if you think of a 100-metre race, some people are starting behind the start line and some people are starting at the start line. And so I think the way that we can practically do something about this is resourcing the organisations that make a massive difference in our communities. And I'd single one out in Aranui, which would be the Aranui Community Trust Incorporated Society. So they do an amazing job to lift the people of their area up. And I think if we're going to put Burwood, Coastal and Linwood together, we need to see organisations like that as assisting us in helping people achieve, I guess, equity.
And just to finish by saying a big thank you to Chris Turner-Bullock, who our governance manager, for the work that he's done on this. He told me not to say that, but everybody knows that we don't listen to our governance managers anyway.
He's blushing.
Thank you. No, thank you very much for your presentation. And I mean, you have raised some serious issues. Has anyone got any questions for the community board? Jake.
Thank you, particularly for the point around socio-economic deprivation and how we staff that. So I'm assuming you're thinking primarily, obviously, of governance staff.
Yeah.
Do you have a view about the Strengthening Communities
Yes.
Fund and how we
I
allocate
do.
that?
It's exactly what Kelly was just saying. So the strength of our communities is the community groups that operate there, and we have a lot of community groups already in our ward, and working in partnership with people who are on the ground is great, but it requires money. You can't expect people to do things for free, particularly when they're doing things that traditionally councils might have done, like what Actus do. And if we're going to work in partnership, that should come with additional money.
And these people, these groups have a real effect on the psyche of people in the area. It gives them a focus. It makes them feel important that they're contributing to the community, able to help their fellow Christchurchians, if there's such a word, Cantabrians. There you go.
Yanni?
Just thinking about the community representation and access to service, have you thought much about the impact of where, if the proposal goes ahead, for example, where the board should be based or where the service centre would be based, and what impact that might have on people's access to local democracy?
We haven't really thought about that at all.
I mean, I have, but as
a
close
group?
to the centre as possible on a bus route. They're the main things that I would think of. You really want. I'm not sure that at New Brighton is the most accessible place for people to be able to meet, particularly as the ward would grow. The board would grow quite substantially, including Linwood. I would say more centrally is really key, and on key bus routes so that people can get to them.
Thank you.
Pauline?
Yeah, thanks, Bibi. Just looking at your proposal there around Richmond being split between the boards, request that the small section on the northeast corner of our suburb being moved into central, and so that sits between North Avon Road, Banks Ave and the river, and then also the boundary line along North Parade and Evelyn Cousins Ave be realigned to run from the Palms along North Parade, Banks Ave, Avonside Drive, and that would also go to central. Is that what you're saying for that bit?
I think
Because where I'm coming from is, I think the boundary being North Parade there, if you said just North Parade, that to me looks east from there. Would you agree with that? Rather than, I think some of that is supposed to be going into Innis at the moment.
Yeah, I think we would move it across a little bit further. So I think that in the responses, if that's what you're looking at,
Yes.
I think it's mixing up things that people from Central have said and things that people from Burwood have said and things that people from Innis have said. But what we discussed was moving the North Parade boundary over further east. So more of the ward was in Innis.
So why?
Keeping that group of people together.
So that's with a view, you're not looking at it as which way they face, but you're looking at it more of not splitting that community.
Not splitting that community up.
But wouldn't you say that North Parade naturally split it?
You'd think so, but I don't believe so, based on the fact that I live on the other side of that, and we do look east, and it's the McBratney's Road, River Road. It's that little section there actually that is more aligned in Richmond, I think, than in Linwood or Dallington.
Really? I would have thought the opposite.
It would be good to talk to the Richmond community, though. I don't want to speak for them.
Well, they've said that they're not worried either way in their submission. But when you look at the base, say, of Avebury House, the activities from there are very much facing east. So to me it would seem that that side of North Parade should... But you have a different view.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Look, thank you very much, and thank you for all of the hard work you put into the submission. Much appreciated.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Next one is the Te Pātaka o Rakaihotu Banks Peninsula Community Board, Tory Penn and Tyrone Fields.
Maria, good morning everybody. Feels like I've been here a few times before.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I should do. Thank you once again for allowing us to present. It is great to see yet again Banks Peninsula residents have come out and given you feedback on this review. We as a board support the staff recommendations to keep Banks Peninsula in its entirety. This includes the 2 community board representatives for Akaroa. Why I mention this is because at one point there was the idea that the population is too small for 2 representatives. I think the point I'm trying to make is Banks Peninsula does not fit a population-based model. I have with me today the lovely presented elected members welcome pack to the Te Pātaka o Raukautu Hutu that was given to our elected members when they first joined our board. It is full of many statistics that are relevant as to why our representation should not change. A few key factors. Landmass is 70% of the council's area is on Banks Peninsula. 4 Papatipu Runanga have maraes on Banks Peninsula. 2 harbours with multiple marine structures and seawalls. Tourism has massive impacts on our communities. Rural roads, 90% of the council's rural roads, non-sealed, are on Banks Peninsula. And 145 council parks, 116 local parks, 8 gardens, heritage parks, 6 sport parks, and 15 regional parks. This is just a snapshot of the issues our community board deal with that are vast and varied, and our community is passionate about where they live and how they are represented. Have I missed anything?
Nothing to add from me. I just think it's just important for us both to be here because, you know, we represent sort of opposite ends of the peninsula, if you like, the sort of the rural and the urban pieces. And I think we're just really united on this, and it's just important to show that we are.
Very much so.
Thank you. Sarah?
Thanks so much, and it's great that so many people have had their feedback in a really similar way on this. Just noticed though for the last few elections there's been a struggle to get the number of candidates for some of the smaller subdivisions, and I'm just wondering whether having to cajole people to stand, if you like, in a by-election is a worthwhile thing, or whether you think that the board could function with a lower number of people, because if someone has to be cajoled in, maybe they don't have the time and the energy and stuff anyway.
I think the issue comes back to remuneration, because I think people realise how much time board representatives have to put into our role, and how much they get in return. And a lot of people can't forego giving up time in their paid wage to be on the board. And when you're only getting $9,000 a year for the hours that we're doing, it does not make sense for people to put their hand up, because they're basically volunteering their time to a fairly arduous role at times. And I think that has put a lot of people off. I know our Mount Herbert representatives from last term both said they could not stand again because the time did not become outweighed by the remuneration.
I think it's also worth noting that our ward's the only ward that gets above 50% voter turnout as well, so it's not a lack of engagement that's the problem, or a lack of sort of understanding of the local body process. I think remuneration is a big factor.
I think we're dealing with the Remuneration Authority directly, I think, separately on that matter, but it is extremely challenging, but it's one of the consequences of the separation. I agree with you that it's the primary motivator for the numbers not willing to stand. Andrew.
Thank you, and thank you for the submission and for presenting it today. Again, on the subdivisions, obviously the board is supporting the retention of the subdivisions in their current form. Why do the subdivisions work, and why are you supporting retaining them?
I think we have areas of interest. I mean, it is very obvious that the inner harbour within Littleton and Diamond Harbour have communities of interest. In those communities, it is hard to represent from one side or the other. Same with Wairewa and Akaroa. Really hard to have a good capture of what's happening over the southern bays when you perhaps live in another part of Akaroa. These communities have all identified as sole communities. They're not all just one, or not just one neighbourhood. They are communities of interest. They go to the local schools. They have 5 volunteer fire brigades. I mean, these areas are on standalone, and so if we had less representation of those areas, it'd be far harder for anyone to actually get a good picture of what's going on.
I mean, as much as I love the people of Little River coming to see us at the board, and they do frequently, for such a small community, like it's amazing how much Tory knows about those communities and the people and what's going on there, you know, that someone from Littleton could never really get to grips with. I mean, the areas are so huge, Andrew, as you know. So, you know, there's a lot of physical challenges in reaching all of those communities.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. And as you know, there have been a significant number of submissions come in from Banks Peninsula.
And I did speak to John earlier, and this document is available for, it's only 13, 14 pages, but it does have some really interesting statistics that councillors may want to reference to.
That's lovely. Thanks, Tori.
Thank you.
Mike Mora, Waipuna, Hallsville, Hornby, Riccarton Community Board.
Good morning, Leanne.
Good morning.
Councillors and staff. We have 3 for the price of 1 this morning. So we've got one of our board members representing each ward in our board area. So as you know, we're one of the biggest and fastest growing community boards, and we do appreciate that it is time to have a look at boundaries, and we'll go through that process. But in general, we support the amalgamation of boards, so that there's three wards in each board area, and generally support the time for the change. It's just the boundary issues that we're really concerned about. So we'll start off with the Hallsville. Debbie?
Thank you, Mike. Good morning, everybody. Yes, this is a very contentious issue in Hallsville in regards to our boundary lines. As a board, we felt that, especially Kennedy's Bush Road, you've obviously all read that, Kennedy's Bush Road, the residents that live there feel that they strongly associate with Hallsville. They back onto the Hallsville quarry, not the Cashmere quarry. They descend into Hallsville. All the Hallsville community connections are there. And so they don't associate with Cashmere at all. In fact, the weekend of the closure of these submissions, it was my busiest weekend on the phone, well, my second busiest weekend on the phone in my 7 years of being elected in regards to Kennedy's Bush Road. So there's a strong feeling there, especially with it being, as they call it, a cul-de-sac. They're all dealing with the same issues up there, and it is an external boundary line to Christchurch, and they just don't feel it's that they just simply don't want to be split up. We also feel very strongly in regards to maintaining part of Wigram. There was a proposal to move Wigram to Hornby. A lot of Wigram people don't associate with Hornby, in particular the Broken Run area, which is on the south side of Wigram Road, and also the Awatea South area, which, if you're not sure where that is, it's kind of around by Somerset Retirement Village, in and around there as well. So that was pretty much it, wasn't it?
Yep.
Mike?
Yep. Thanks, Deb. Moving on to the Hornby ward. Our with the Awatea South Broken Run unit boundaries from the proposed Hornby ward to into the Hallsville ward. So that's what we're suggesting there. And that the Broomfield area, High Broomfield area, as you'll hear from other submissions, is a very, very, very close affinity with with Hornby, always has been. It's a low socio-economic area. So what we'd like, really like to consider is the retention of the Broomfield area and the retention of the Riccarton Racecourse area as one block rather than split the racecourse sort of precinct area, and also out to Aldhurst as well. So there's a lot of work out there that's going on, and we see Aldhurst Road as a boundary. People on the south side of Aldhurst Road have got their community of interest is definitely in the Hornby area, and we see Aldhurst Road as the barrier, really, as a sensible line. So that's you'll hear from other people in the area, but it's something that's really we feel really passionate about, is the retention of those areas in our ward, and we it's just we're quite happy with we've analysed the issues of shifting the Awatea, South Awatea and the Broken Run and within our board area, and we're comfortable with that. We're also comfortable with the retention of some of the older parts of Wigram in the Hornby ward as well. So what we're looking at is including that, and the newer part of Wigram Skies development stays in the Hallswell ward. So that makes a lot of sense to us and to our communities that have always identified with Hornby before Wigram, Skies went ahead. So that's enough for me for now. And if you analyse the statistics of the pluses and minuses of shifting those boundaries around a bit, you'll find that we're happy with that. We are happy with that, because there's pluses and minuses. When you tweak one area, there's some pluses, and you tweak another area, there's some minuses. But taken overall, we're comfortable with it. Helen?
Thank you. We've all met and agreed on the changes to, in fact, the boundaries. So, and I also want to say that we're very clear that Horswell, Hornby and Riccarton should stay together as one board. Now, there's 4 things in Riccarton that I want to go over. Riccarton has been cut off to some extent from where it was, and the edge of Riccarton is now Waimari Road. And we would strongly argue, this is the most important one, that there's a triangle there between Pear Street, Waimari Road and Riccarton Road, which separates 2 shopping centres. You've got the Bush Inn, larger complex, and the smaller shopping centre, which is largely Asian shops on the other side of Waimari Road. So at the very least, the boundary there should be Pear Street, which is a sort of major road. The other issue there is that there's a community of interest, because most of the houses are smaller units, and they comprise either single people or people in sort of couples. It's not very much a family area. It's quite dense, and there's 111,000 residents there. No, 1,100 residents. So please make it Pear Street at the very least.
You need to put a comma.
Yeah, thank you. Now, there's to compensate for that, there's an area of Riccarton that has been in Hornby, and that's the area from Carman Road right through to Buchanan's Road and between Epsom Road. And that needs to stay in Hornby. It's never been identified as Riccarton. I don't see it as Riccarton. So please leave that area in Hornby. And the area north of Racecourse Road, we're asking that stay in Hornby as well. So Riccarton goes up to Racecourse Road. And that will give you another 900 or more than that people. The second major issue, that the university campus is being split. There's the Ilam campus, the large campus, and the Dovedale campus, which used to be the old Teachers College campus. We believe that should remain in Riccarton. There's a community of interest there in that what Rickerton has to deal with in our board is sort of the interface between students and older residents and noise and vandalism. And we've always been the actual one that's handled that. And it seems appropriate to keep the campuses together and the area around that together. Now, a way of doing that, which was brought up by a staff member who's been exceedingly good on figures, you'd have to go from Solway Avenue down to Parkston, down to Island Park Place, Ethel Terrace and along Brodie Street. So Brodie Street is one section north of Pier Street. And I think we can do that with those figures. The other area I'd like to take you down to is Matai Street. And if you look at Kilmarnock Street on the very edge going north, there's an area there which has always been in Rickerton, and we've had agreement it will go down Matai Street, but we thought at the beginning it would be both sides of Matai Street, and it's not clear. So if it's down the middle of Matai Street, it doesn't make sense because there's a cycleway on one side and just a road on the actual other side. So you'd need to include all of Matai Street, and if needed, you'd need to go to the current boundary, which is the river. But we're very clear too that Mona Vale must stay in Fendleton. So if you went with the river boundary, you'll take it to the railway line, and then you'd go into Fendleton at that point, and Mona Vale.
Yep.
So those are really the key issues, and we'd like them all to be changed actually. So we're hoping that all of them are able to be changed.
Yep.
Now, I think the figures will actually allow it too. Once we give a lot back to Hornby, then and Hornby's the one that's going to be under pressure rather than Rickerton, I think.
We're not under pressure.
No,
at all.
under pressure in terms of changes and numbers.
You've come to the end of your time now, so
Have we?
yes.
Oh,
So-
sorry, because it wasn't on the screen. Sorry, Leanne.
Well, it's 10 minutes, well and truly. I've let you run on a little bit.
There's no time.
Oh, well, it was hard for us to judge with Helen talking longer than. But
Oh,
anyway,
A good chair doesn't blame his deputy chair for that.
Yeah,
But in terms of managing the time, what other elements did you want to?
None.
You've covered everything.
I just did because I'm just about staffing. We are one staff member down, and we.
Yeah, but were there any other elements in terms of the representation review that you didn't touch on? You've
No.
covered off all of the elements you wanted to touch on.
We did want to talk about supporting Banks Peninsula totally.
No, it's okay. There's been 80 submissions on Banks Peninsula.
Yep.
And I think, Leanne, the thing to which is surprising and good is that we have all agreed as board members on what's in front of you. So any of the boundary changes have been agreed.
I will take a moment and reflect on the significance of that statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, there's the time. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, team.
Thank you.
Oh,
So the next is the Waimaro, Fendleton Waimairi Harewood Community Board. Bridget Williams. Kia ora, Bridget.
Kia ora everyone. Thank you so much councillors and Mayor for letting the Waimarero Fendleton Waimairi Harewood Community Board speak on behalf of its submission. We have just basically three really key, short, sharp, sweet things to just raise, and some of the points we just want to echo what Mike and Helen raised around their submission as well. And the first is we'd like to highlight two areas of concern regarding the proposed boundary changes. So the first is Harewood Ward. The board does not agree with the proposal to include the area within the boundary of Yaldhurst Road, Pound Road, Buchanan's Road, Carman Road and Steedman Road. This currently sits within the Hornby ward and includes the residential suburb of Broomfield, which has a long-standing history with the Hi and Hornby areas. In terms of community interests, this area has no affiliation with Harewood Ward, but has close links and relationships with groups and activities operating in the Hornby ward, and that's something that was raised by the community board just before. And the other one is also echoing what Helen said as well with regards to the University of Canterbury. Same terms in the sense of communities of interest. We note that moving the Waimari ward boundary from Avonhead Road to Waimari Road results in the University of Canterbury campus being split between two community board areas, with the largest portion of the university sitting in the Riccarton ward and the Dovedale campus in the Waimari ward. So those are just the 2 points of interest we want to raise around the boundary areas. And then the other comments we just want to highlight is the board wants to highlight that if the proposed boundary changes, if they do go ahead, this will result in our ward having the highest population of numbers for a community board and the largest geographical area of any of the city-based board areas. And we'd like to just highlight that, just to say that we would hope that in terms of resourcing, that could reflect appropriately. So whether that is allocation of community funding or staff levels, just something to consider, that if the changes do play out with what is proposed, we'd like the resourcing to reflect this. And just want to say a huge thank you to Marianne, Community Governance Advisor, for helping with this submission, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, and thank you for a succinct offering. Sam?
Yeah, thanks, Bridget, for coming in, and probably just touching on the point you raised about, and Helen did as well, around the split between Riccarton and the Waimari ward in terms of the university. Would you just, I think it's probably useful to maybe put on record here, how many times do we get students come along to our community board to raise university issues as opposed to perhaps other community boards?
Yeah, I can't think of any on the top of my head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool, thank you.
Mike?
Thanks, Bridget. Just in relation to your last comment about funding based on geographical size and population, what about deprivation? Should that be included in that funding and resource?
I mean, yes, I would agree with that. That's something we haven't touched on as a board, so I couldn't answer to what our board collectively believes on that, but I do agree that...
Yeah, it says funding in there as well, that's all.
No. I don't think that is the issue that we're here to decide today. We've got two community boards now that have reflected significantly agreement about the issue. And the challenge to all of us is to work out how we resolve it with staff. So there's quite a bit of work to be done, because as you know, every mesh block that is shifted, and I know that we don't want to talk about people in terms of mesh blocks, but that's how we count the numbers. We are not allowed to be -10 or +10 out from the rest of the ward size. So it's the plus and minus 10. The one exception is Banks Peninsula, and we've got 80 odd submissions telling us that they want to retain the significant difference that one applies due to its remote status. And I kind of get that. So, but it's the biggest challenge is when you shift one thing, then something else has to move. It isn't that simple. And some of the ones we've actually allowed for additional space because we know that those wards are growing and will continue to grow because we know we're consenting houses being built there as we speak. So that's the challenge.
Yeah, no, we appreciate it's a balance. Just
Yeah.
wanted to highlight some of the points of community of interest in our area.
You've done that really well and highlighted significantly community of interest, which is very much an issue that we are legally obliged to take into account when we're setting the boundaries. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next is Emma Norrish and Simon Britton from Waipapa Papanui Innis Community Board.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for having us along again today to speak to our submission. First up, we would like to acknowledge the importance of this representation review for our city and would like to thank the staff who have worked hard on it so far. Our Waipapa Papanui Innis Community Board commends the way this proposal has minimised changes overall, providing more stability for our communities. We understand the need to create evenly sized community boards across the city area and are supportive of the proposed Papanui Innes Central Community Board. Our board is also aware of the fact that this process involves drawing boundary lines and that those lines have to go somewhere. We do have concerns, however, when those lines are moved to accommodate certain communities at the expense of others. One clear example of this is with the proposed northern boundary between the Papanui and Innes wards. There is a very obvious natural boundary between Redwood and Belfast, with a reserve, the Styx River, and then farmland between the two. We believe it would be harder to find such a well-defined boundary between neighbouring suburbs in Christchurch. Residents in this Redwood Springs area clearly identify to the south with the rest of Redwood, and we note that access to and from Redwood Springs is only available through the Papanui ward. We request that you change this boundary to align with the existing one along the Styx River, with this population shift between the two wards being accommodated through adjusting the southeast corner of the Innes ward, which under this proposal divides Maraho between Papanui and Innes.
Second point, around the proposed changes to the north of our community board area, where there's a proposed change with Innes, Coastal and a little bit of Harewood as well. The board does support the proposed changes in that area, with the Chinese Kainga area moving into Coastal ward. Happy to support that one.
Our board supports the proposed changes to the Richmond area, with more of Richmond falling under the Innes ward. We believe this proposal will benefit Richmond in the fact that the majority of it will come under one community board rather than sharing boards as the area currently does.
And in the St Albans area, while St Albans will remain split between 4 wards, we note that this proposal will see the community covered by 2 community boards rather than the current 3, and we're supportive of that.
Any questions?
Mike?
Thank you. Did you discuss the south boundary of the Innes ward being at Cannon Street and not Beeley Ave?
Not in particular that boundary. I think we were all pretty, that's where it currently is, and so.
Did you not, I guess, feel that Beeley Ave would be a natural border for Innes and trying to take in, I guess, more of that St Albans suburb?
Yeah, definitely Beeley Ave is more of a natural boundary, but Innes is already, I believe, right at the very top of the close to 10%, with taking in that Richmond area, so it's a balancing. I mean, you'd have to lose some of that Richmond area to take in that southern part of St Albans.
And although they'll both be in the same community board areas, I read a few submissions that said that Richmond actually had more of an association with the central ward, not the Innes ward. What is your thoughts on that?
We believe Richmond should be under one ward rather than the current 2. We didn't go too into depth about which ward that should be, but just that it should fall under one ward.
Okay, so you wouldn't have an issue though if Richmond did fall into central instead of Innes?
No, I don't believe so.
No. And the other one, obviously, which would affect the proposal for a central Papanui Innes is Phillipstown, and there was a lot of submissions, I think, saying that Phillipstown shouldn't be connected into the central Innes Papanui because of how far north. What are your thoughts on that journey?
By taking in Phillipstown, it does create a very large geographical area for the board. You've got, because we go right up to Belfast, you have to, the distance between the likes of Phillipstown and Belfast is huge, and you have to question whether they share.
Thanks.
Sarah and then Pauline. Oh, Sarah. Pauline.
We talk about, so let's say Richmond wanting to be in one ward or one board, but I'm wondering what your thoughts are about geographical boundaries. For instance, currently it's Marshland Road, North Parade and Stanmore Road. Mm-hmm. Do you not think that currently that actually works quite well as separating the two sides of those boundaries seem to sit in a natural geographic area rather than a title of what suburb they're in?
I think it's been working okay, but I can see where the residents are coming from, and that Stanmore Road boundary, that's going right through the middle of the shops and sort of the heart of that. It's the centre of Richmond, really, isn't it? Those shops. Yeah,
I mean, you could say the same thing about Edgware, which is, split 3 ways, and currently it's 4, but under the proposal it'll be 3. Mm-hmm. So with Richmond being 2, it seems relatively minor. Because do you not think that those boundaries of, North Parade and Stanmore, that people on the east side of that actually face east? Or
Yeah,
face
as I said,
central?
as a board, we've found it to be working okay. Under
Thank
the
you.
current.
Yeah, I think it's important to acknowledge, and I'm sure councillors already have, that every time we draw a boundary around a suburb or community of interest, we're going to be drawing a boundary through the middle of something else. So there's always that balancing act, and there's always going to be compromises.
Yanni?
Thank you. You make the comment that you commend the way the proposals minimise the changes overall and provides more stability for communities. Do you have any concern that the lowest socioeconomic communities in the city are facing the biggest change, e.g. losing their community board, losing their local relationships and being split into other parts of the city where they may not have a connection?
So that's not something we've discussed as a community board as part of our submission. My comment I'd make is in the community board area that we currently have, we have areas of high deprivation and low socio-economic advantage. So I acknowledge there's larger and smaller areas of that across the city, but it's not something we've discussed specifically in terms of Linwood Central Heathcote.
Did you consider any other options in terms of your submission around retaining maybe Linwood and Central together?
No.
No, we didn't.
Okay.
That's, any more questions? No? Okay. Look, thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
Very helpful. Thank you. Carolyn Potter, Waihoro, Spraden Cashmere Community Board.
Kia ora tātou, and thank you for hearing our submission from the Spraden Cashmere Community Board. I'd like to say that we agree broadly with the proposal to have fewer community boards and for the other community boards to have 3 wards in them. We have found it very difficult this last 5-6 years being only a 2-ward community board. And we have felt that we've missed several opportunities to use our skills to its fullest extent and to represent the people that we used to advocate for that disappeared. We, the Spraden Cashmere Community Board, believe that we should be incorporating Horswell and not Heathcote. We have very little in common with the suburbs of Sumner and Redcliffs, and have very little knowledge of the issues that face them, which are obviously extremely serious, and where they could do with some historical representation that understands those issues, that confront the beach suburbs, overwhelming issues that confront the beach suburbs. And our interest lies, and has always done, in the southwest of Christchurch. When the commissioners developed the Southwest Area Plan, we were on the bus, literally on the bus, touring Southwest Christchurch, because that's our area of interest and understanding. And we continue to be Southwest Christchurch, and including and especially with traffic issues that extend from the new suburbs of Horswell through to our suburbs in Addington and Waltham and so on, because that's where the traffic goes. It comes down Lincoln Road and down Cashmere Road, to the detriment of both roads actually, but they really don't have access to Brougham, and those are the roads that are coming to our ward. And we think that that's our area of confrontation and our area of interest. We also share hills and river, we share the topography, we share the schools, we share the sports clubs, we share key activity centres such as libraries, Barrington Mall, the Horswell Supermarket and Shops, Ngāpunawai, Horswell Quarry, and of course the Port Hills. We share the traffic issues as I have mentioned, and we have some specific issues that I'd like to raise as well. The incorporation of the suburbs of Waltham and Sydenham and a unified Hoonhay and Hill Morton is history. We used to represent those areas. We lost them in the last representation review. These are poorer, older suburbs of Christchurch that historically have always linked in with Addington and the suburbs that we represent, and for them to revert back to our boundaries would be history restoring them to the connections and suburbs that they know. Then similarly, Waltham and St Martin's, Opawa and Opawa all share the same supermarkets and bumping spaces, including the outdoor swimming pool. Losing the Warren Crescent area of Hoon Hay going to Riccarton is really daft. You shouldn't always phrase it like that, but it truly is daft. Between Warren Crescent, which is part of Hoon Hay but is now called Hill Morton, but was traditionally part of Hoon Hay, they face Hoon Hay. They go to the Hoon Hay shops, which is just across the road. The Warren Crescent area does not even have a dairy in it. And at the back of it is Ngā Punawai and the AMP Showgrounds and Curlitz Road. They have absolutely no connection with Riccarton whatsoever. They face the Horswell shops, they face the Hoon Hay shops and sports grounds, and they go to those schools. That is their connection. And so in particular, that area going to Riccarton is not logical in any way. So the community board believes that we should be connected to Horswell and those new suburbs arising there, which is putting the pressure on the current Horswell suburb and it putting the traffic pressure on that reverberates through to our suburbs and not go to Heathcote with the beach suburbs of Sumner and Redcliffs, to which we've had no connection at all in all the years that I've been on the board. Thank you.
Sarah. Thanks so much for that, Carolyn. A couple of points. Firstly, you mentioned that your community board had little connection to that sort of Sumner Bays area.
Yeah.
And do you think that that connection to the board would come through the elected representatives from that ward once they joined your board?
Of course.
Yeah. And then the other one is the connection. You've mentioned the key connection through to the Horswell ward with the Port Hills and Broham Street and the river. Those things also are in the Heathcote ward, so the Port Hills.
Road.
Yeah, but the river flows right through into the Heathcote ward as well, and Broham Street finishes in the middle of the Heathcote ward, and all of the traffic issues around there are also shared by that ward, as are all the issues of pest-free and that sort of stuff on the hills.
But the traffic push issue is coming from Horswell. That's where the new developments are. That's where the traffic's coming. That's where our schools are servicing that area, and our shops and servicing that area as well.
Yeah, and that push then comes through down into the Heathcote ward. So there are connections all the way through. Thanks.
Any other questions? Yanni?
Thank you. Looking at the the proposal, do you think there's adequate assessment of the community board changes? Like, do you see clear rationale for what's being proposed in terms of the community boards being the ones being disestablished, or the one being disestablished, the new ones being created from the report?
It's very difficult to me to make a judgment. They're doing the mesh block system does demand that, though I think insufficient notice has been taken of the new development south of Horswell. It's going to continue to grow. I think the pressure is coming from there, and that's where one of the reasons why our board thinks that we should be connecting through. But it is difficult to ignore the communities of interest that we have sustained over all these years, and they are all southwest Christchurch. And that's where the interest of the board that I'm currently on lies, and that's where their understanding and knowledge lies as well.
Yeah. And have you seen these kind of coloured things? And I mean, if you looked at Banks Peninsula, for example, you could see a lot of people in Mount Pleasant, Sumner seem to identify with the peninsula rather than with your board.
The retreat from the beach issues, the climate change issues would indicate to me that the beach suburbs would be better off connected some way together, or linked in some way together, because they have all of these issues for the next 20 years in front of them.
Thank you.
It's a very challenging set of issues, and I mean but thank you very much for your submission.
I'm sure at 90 I'll be handling them terribly well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, so that's the conclusion of the community board submissions. So we'll stop for morning tea, and if we could be back here at say 11 o'clock. So it's quite a big break because we're ahead of schedule. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you very much. We'll get back underway. And I'd like to invite Nick Clark, North Canterbury Federated Farmers, and I think Pam Richardson's going to join him. Thank you. Thank you, Nick. Welcome.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to present North Canterbury Federated Farmers' submission on the Christchurch City Council's representation review. I'm Nick Clark, a Policy Manager at Federated Farmers, and with me is Pam Richardson, a Banks Peninsula farmer and former member of the Banks Peninsula Community Board. North Canterbury Federated Farmers strongly supports the City Council's initial proposal. We particularly support the retention of the Banks Peninsula Ward, the Banks Peninsula Community Board and the Community Board subdivisions. As we say in our submission, Banks Peninsula meets the criteria for an exemption to the general principle of equal representation of councillors per head of population. It is, as the proposal states, a unique and isolated community which certainly meets its own ward council and community board. Although we feel Banks Peninsula is fairly represented under the current arrangements, we are concerned about the engagement by the council with its rural communities, especially on Banks Peninsula. In part, we think this is because the peninsula's population is so small and dispersed, and it's so geographically remote that even with the special representation it has, we feel it is too often considered an afterthought, if at all. In our submission, we recount in detail the recent example of this with our negative experience with the LTP's consultation proposal for the land drainage rate. I won't restate all the problems with the proposal, and particularly the problems with the process, as you've already heard it from us loud and clear. But we are strongly of the view that better engagement with rural communities before public consultation would have resulted in a much better proposal and would have saved a lot of angst and frustration felt by many people on the peninsula, particularly at this time when they're already struggling with the impacts of very dry weather and drought on the peninsula. We feel similarly about issues such as climate change and biodiversity, where farmers, as landowners, custodians of the land, feel they could and should have had better engagement with the council. And this is especially where policies to address those important issues that have the potential to impact on them profoundly and put their viability at risk, even for those who already do a fantastic job protecting and promoting the environment on their farms. How do we fix this? We believe there are real win-wins possible for the council working more in partnership with its rural communities, including landowners. We feel the council should consider setting up a rural advisory panel similar to that which Auckland Council put in place when the super city was formed and rural districts were combined with cities. This is the terms of reference for that panel. It meets formally every 2 months and includes representatives from a wide range of stakeholders plus council. Or the council could set up more formalised, ongoing, regular engagement with rural stakeholders, either more generally or on specific issues, with stakeholders like Federated Farmers and others, where both sides can raise and discuss issues in a structured way. The council's elected representatives and staff could also look at how they can build their understanding of rural issues, taking a leaf from central government under the leadership of Damien O'Connor with its Rural Proofing Initiative, and we have details of that in our submission as well. We talk about all these ideas in our submission, but I'd like to now hand over to Pam so she can give a more personal view on this from the perspective of someone who is of the rural community and with strong links within that community.
So I am a rural champion, and you should know by my past how I've represented my community. I'd like to reinforce that we need to bolster the unique characteristics of Banks Peninsula, are totally opposite to the city, which is flat, and we're very, we farm both sides of the hill. The council should be strengthening its relationship with the rural community, and in particular with landowners. There are endless opportunities to work together rather than feeling afraid to have anything to do with the council. We are a different community, we work together and support each other, we are innovative and could be doing so much together with the right people. So I think that I've actually got a submission later in the day, just before lunch. So I just think that we'll complete it there and give you plenty of time for some questions, of which I hope you have got some questions. Banks Peninsula is vital. The board and the councillor and the subdivisions are very important. We are not the same in our subdivisions, and we need to be represented fairly around that table when we're discussing matters regarding the peninsula.
Look, thank you very much, and I'll go on to your submission straight afterwards, if you like, just after this one, so that can be all combined together.
Right.
But I don't know if you want to, and we can just flick the clock on another 5 minutes and then traverse it together.
If you're going to do it that way, I'll just say a little bit more, because
yeah.
You know, we've got so many things around Banks Peninsula. In my personal submission, you'll see we've got the Banks Peninsula Community Board, we've got Rod Donald Trust, there's a whole list of them there that I talk about in it. We've also got our four runanga that we work very closely with, whether it's in the Zone Committee or any other committees that we're working with across the peninsula. We work very close with the individual zone runanga that are representative of our areas. I'm in Kokorarata, and my farm's in Kokorarata, but when I'm working on Takapuniki, I'm working with Onuku. So they're all different, and they're a vital part of the process as well. So I just want us to think about, get out and be with our community. The council needs to get out and be with our community. We've got biodiversity, we've got climate change, we've got a whole lot of things right in front of us, right now. And we need to be working those things together. And as Nick identified in with the land drainage and the issue that we had with that, there was not much consideration made of the rural community, or it shows there is a lack of understanding of the rural community and how things work. So I'll leave it there. You've got my submission. I'm very clearly in favour, we all are very clearly that we have the Banks Peninsula Community Board.
Thanks very much, and thanks for opening up to a little bit longer to engage on this, because I think that you've raised a really highly significant issue, which is how to create a model of engagement that sits alongside and supports our community board, but recognises the remote status and the different status, rural as opposed to urban. And by putting it in that way, I think you've opened up a possibility for us in terms of how we engage, because it's got to be at an officer level as well as an elected member level, and in many respects the example that you've used could have been addressed by a more closer engagement on a structured sort of quarterly meeting basis than waiting for the rep review, not the rep review, the LTP to come along. I don't know, Andrew.
Thanks to both of you for the two submissions. I'll ask exactly the same question that I asked to the Chair and Deputy Chair of the Community Board when they were here a little while ago. You support the retention of the subdivisions. Yes. So why do you support the retention of the subdivisions, and why do you think they work?
Well, as I said, each subdivision is difficult. I'm part of Akaroa. We are different. We're clearly different to Littleton. Wairera is clearly different again. It's flattish. It's got a different community. It's got a community that relates perhaps more to Christchurch than perhaps it might relate to our side of the hill, but it's still part of the Banks Peninsula. It's the same part of that geological area. It's when you think of the other side of the hill, Mount Herbert's different to Littleton. We've all got different communities around them, and we work differently. Mount Herbert area will stick to Mount Herbert area. Littleton will stick to itself in Littleton. Akaroa, it's just a natural process of where we relate to. It's our home. It's our hub, and we will continue to work in that way, and we need to continue. So, what was the next bit?
I think you've answered it. Why do you support them, and why do they work? I think you've answered both.
We work together.
Yeah, I've got a couple more, but the majority of councillors support the concept of Banks Peninsula having its being outside the 10 plus or minus. Yes. Can you explain why? What would be the significance, and both of you, what would be the significance of putting Banks Peninsula into one or two urban wards?
We'd be lost. Our landscapes are different, our roading networks are different. Because we're small, we would be totally lost. There would be no focus on what's happening on Banks Peninsula. At least this way, we get a focus on what's going on. And we've got so many more issues, in our we've got 2 harbours. The list of issues is endless. No, we would be... I can't believe it. I couldn't understand how a city board member would actually understand what was happening out on Banks Peninsula and how you'd all bring it into the loop. It's tremendous. It would be just a tremendous exercise. Exhaustive.
Could you comment from a Federated Farmers point of view, please?
Oh, certainly. And look, we would, as Federated Farmers, we totally agree with Pam on this. And around the country, we support particular isolated geographical communities that are very distinct, having that sort of special representation. And Christchurch isn't alone in having that arrangement, which we really support. Golden Bay has that relationship, has that arrangement within Tasman District, for example. And certainly around the country where there is some sort of representation, like again in Auckland with their wards are slightly different, some of them. They have local boards as well. They have the Rural Advisory Panel. All of these arrangements are really critical to making sure that rural voice, particularly those distinctive rural voices, are heard effectively. And certainly we'd be pretty appalled if a really important part of this council's representation is taken away.
We have Rural Canterbury Primary Health Organisation. Everything is focused on rural around what we do. And supported by a range of organisations to help us ensure that we can live in this rural environment.
Great, thank you. Mike and Aaron and Yanni.
Thank you, and thanks for giving us the reasons why you obviously support the subdivisions. Do you not think, though, therefore, the same argument could be applied to some of our urban wards? When you look at something like Harewood, which is actually quite big itself now, and Heathcote, which has community board members that represent, say...
Mike, please. I don't want that argument to be put to people who've come to argue around the rural side of things. Asking them to comment on another part of the urban environment. I don't know the point that you're trying to make.
I thought it was a good point. So.
Well, I'll make the comment that we're totally different to Hallswell or whatever area, Mike, you're actually suggesting.
No, I'm not saying you're not different. I'm actually looking at your comparison of having subdivisions compared to actually a ward that has different communities as well, that maybe they should have a subdivision.
Look, the subdivisions in my day were put there so that Littleton didn't have 5 members, because it all once again goes with where the greatest number of voters come from. And so if someone stood up in the Littleton area and someone stood up in the Akarara area against the Littleton one would get it. So it's not fair representation. It's totally unfair.
So the reason for the subdivision is quite different.
Yes.
Aaron?
It's almost exactly the same question as Mike's. It's not around Banks Peninsula. I don't think there's anyone at the table that doesn't think Banks Peninsula is its own thing, and it's very different to the rest of the city. But it is the subdivision is the thing. Like we within our areas, like Bromley's quite different to Sumner, and Clearwater's quite different to Bishopdale, and there's various parts of our city where you could say, oh no, they need to have their own. They need their own representation there or there, and there will always be people in certain areas that put their hand up that will... I mean, if Todd Blackadder moves to Akarara and says he's going to run for council, he'll win whatever he wants to run for.
Yes, but it's not for the community. It's not for the community board.
What's that, sorry?
It's not for the community board with the subdivisions. Tom Blackadder, if he stood for council, it would be for the likes of the role of Andrew Turner. It's
well, the point is that all elections are not necessarily based on where you live, more about how well the person's known in their community.
The question was asked about why retain subdivisions, and the question was asked and answered, and I really want to focus on the issues that the representative from Federated Farmers and Pam Richardson have raised in their submissions, which are in relation to isolated communities and rural communities. So I fear that we're not getting as much out of this presentation that we could have.
I can agree on that.
I was interested in understanding, in terms of your submission, the argument that Littleton is more of a rural community. I get it for the outer basins or the outer peninsula and Little River, but what I'm struggling to kind of understand is, given when the Banks Peninsula amalgamated with Christchurch, or was reorganisationed in, that the evidence at that time was that Littleton was more in line with the urban Christchurch than it was the rural community. Why you think that there's still a case for Littleton to have a separate representation as part
Because
of the
I'm
peninsula?
basing my submission, and the Fed's submission too, on that Banks Peninsula is an ecological district. It is a district on its own. It's compact, it stands alone on it in whatever it's doing. And the work that we're doing, we work together, whether it's the Water Zone Committee, we work together, whether it's Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, we work together, we work together
I get that. All I'm trying to understand is, do you think some of the rural issues that you've raised in your submission would be better addressed by having a specific rural representation that excluded Littleton, given, like, what's the reason that Littleton needs to be within that remote, isolated community?
Because they've got land like us,
Littleton
the rest
does.
of us. They've got high, rocky outcrops, and it's very similar. It's similar to the rest of the landscape of Banks Peninsula. Got the same issues addressing round roads. Water and sewer are the same because it's so steep. Yes.
We're very happy to have Littleton part of the Banks Peninsula Board and Community Board.
The 1989 restructuring put Littleton with Banks Peninsula, so I mean it's an interesting
Yeah, I'll send
point.
you the information.
James?
The other reorganisation, that was the reason for amalgamation.
Me or Daniel's?
You.
Oh, thanks. And sure, I see it's over time. I don't want to take up anyone else's time, but if you're fine. I guess just my question is whether you had a view on how you reconcile an elected councillor, I guess, for an area, though when actually they're elected to represent the whole city on the whole, and you've spoken a lot about that, a councillor or elected member representing that area, but it's just that the Local Government Act just doesn't align, I guess, with the submission, that when you're elected there, you're acting in the best interests of the Christchurch City Council Territorial Authority. So I just wondered if you had a comment about how that marries up.
I think that having a representative from the rural community actually adds to the council's determination on a lot of issues, and if there's no representative that has that is, say, from the Banks Peninsula Ward anymore, I think the council's decisions would be a hell of a lot poorer, frankly.
Okay, didn't quite answer my question, but that's okay.
Anne?
Well, it is. I mean, look, it is in the best interests of the city as a whole to have that rural understanding. So that's what I mean by that local government.
Thanks for clarifying that, Matt.
At least one round the table that understands rural.
Well, the city as a whole means the whole of
Yeah.
the catchment.
We
of
just
the
undid that good work, Pam. I think I was on board until that comment.
Right, Anne.
Yeah, I'm just interested in, you've talked a lot about the isolated communities, and what are your thoughts about how do you connect together, you know, rather than people having to travel huge kilometres to get together to talk and to get consensus on issues. How do you see, that is a challenge obviously, how do you see that can be overcome in any way?
Well, perhaps I should talk about the drought then, and what's happening now is that we're all in drought situation on Banks Peninsula. We've got one central group that's actually receiving information from all the bays and sub-catchments of the area of Banks Peninsula, and they've got working groups in them that are working together. We've got a farm advisor with us, and each community is doing their little work. They're doing their feed budgets and things, and then it feeds into the overall the management group that's over the top of it. So we all network well together.
So it sounds like you've got
Thank
those
you.
networks.
Thank you. Look, thank you very much for your submission today and for focusing on the key issue that we need to be determining as part of the representation review. But I think you've raised another issue about how we could improve an engagement process between us as elected members, but also from an official's point of view as well. So thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you. Thank you.
Both of you.
Thank you.
Jeremy Agar.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Jeremy Agar, and I'm speaking as an individual on behalf of myself, although my theme is the same as the last one, is the importance of the retention of the present boundary of Banks Peninsula Ward as a separate place. If I could just take you back briefly, about 16 years, I became a councillor for the outgoing Banks Peninsula on the grounds that Banks Peninsula as a standalone political entity was just not viable. The rating base could not sustain ongoing life. At that point, when this side of the Summit Road was in Christchurch and the other side was in Banks Peninsula, the general attitude, as some of you might well remember, was that Christchurch had no interest in rural affairs or the bays and hills. You will have heard some references to that already, not just this morning, but previously. And Christchurch generally saw just Banks Peninsula as a recreational place, whereas a lot of people on the peninsula saw Christchurch as sort of the distant evil city. I'd like to, on behalf of myself, acknowledge the benefits that the merger has brought, significant improvements to the peninsula. I noticed in the last talk there's a lot of discussion about Littleton. That's where I happen to live. And Littleton is obviously a part of Christchurch, and it's just as obviously a part of Banks Peninsula. There will be people, I suspect you already think, who don't agree with my view that the benefits of the merger. But the significant thing for what we're talking about now is that they do agree on the importance of the retention of Banks Peninsula as a separate ward within Greater Christchurch. I think the present boundaries are as sensible arrangement as could be imagined. If I could just give one brief example, I could give you many because it was our daily business back then. The pest-free Banks Peninsula project, which is part of the NZ 2050, of which this council is an important member, that unites regional interests in Greater Christchurch and specifically Banks Peninsula ones, like the Rod Donald Trust and the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust. Without the resources of Christchurch and the local knowledge and expertise of the peninsula, this simply would not have happened. And it's a very exciting project which is now getting underway with what we all hope will be an extermination program over the next 30 years, which I might not see the end of. So I would recommend, please, that we keep the present boundary. Any change to them would be artificial. It would alienate all sections of local peninsula opinion, and it would divide communities of interest. I can't imagine how the boundary would go. We, of course, in Littleton have a lot of common interests with the hill suburbs on this side, but that's not how the boundary would work anyway. So I'm not sure how long I've taken. Oh, there's my time there. Is that my total thing, or should I leave 1 minute for questions?
Leave a minute for questions, I think would be good. Sarah.
Thanks so much for that, and agree completely about the predator-free stuff. Just wondered about the subdivisions. There's been a struggle to try and get candidates at times for the small subdivisions, and I'm wondering if you think that maybe we could just do 2 subdivisions to try and make sure that there's representation without additional by-elections and trying to cajole people into standing where they might not really want to be doing that role?
Yeah, I'd like to echo what the last submitter said, in that having the 3 subdivisions does guarantee a sort of representation of what is a very varied peninsula. And whether candidates stand or not, you can never pick from one election to another. You know, communities go through periods of engagement and periods of standalone, and I personally am happy with the present arrangement, but that's just my own view. So,
Was it? Did you? Oh, sorry. I thought you'd moved your hand. Okay. Look, thank you very much. I hadn't realised that you were a representative of the outgoing arrangement. So nice to see you, and thank you very much for taking the time and the effort to make a submission to us.
I was part of Mayor Parker's team.
Right.
but he wasn't a mayor then.
Thank you.
No, he wasn't. Oh, was he? Yeah. No, he was the Banks Peninsula councillor. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Peter Tuffley, Beckenham Neighbourhood Association. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and councillors, and thank you for this opportunity to address you. First, I'd like to make a minor correction to our original submission. The 24-member council at the time of the 2003 to 2004 review was composed not of 4 councillors for each of 6 wards, but of 2 councillors for each of 12. We think historical perspective matters because we're all still living with the consequences of what happened back then. The 2004 reduction to 12 members was not sought by the City Council, whose final proposal was for 16 members, the number we have now, though it didn't include the Banks Peninsula. The further reduction was imposed by the Local Government Commission. That downsizing was driven in considerable part by a philosophy of local government prominently advocated by the Business Roundtable, whereby a local council was construed as being similar in nature and function to a corporate board of directors. This essentially ideological model seriously discounted the community advocacy and accountability aspects of a councillor's role, as well as the quasi-parliamentary nature that we believe a local democratic assembly should have. We were, and still are, opposed to that philosophy, and we continue to regard that downsizing as a deeply regrettable mistake. The changes made in the last review, which, apart from community board areas, the current initial proposal leaves essentially unaltered, only partly remedied matters. However, it produced one important democratic gain in establishing the principle of having single councillor wards. That made for greater democratic accountability and better community advocacy, and whatever other changes may be made in future, we think it vital to retain that principle. We remain of the view that Christchurch was well served by its 24-member council, and with no intended criticism of present incumbents, that an eventual return to a council comparable in size would result in enhanced representation, more thorough debate, and even better decision-making. However, achieving that while retaining single councillor wards will require yet another comprehensive redrawing of ward boundaries and another major change in the representational landscape. And even if there were time for that, we do not think the community would accept 2 major upheavals in a row. That is the only reason why we are not objecting to the initial proposal. What that leaves us most unhappy about is that, like the pre-2007 Ecan Waitaki constituency, Banks Peninsula residents still enjoy a degree of representational privilege that, in our view, flies in the face of democratic principle, giving their single councillor a proportionally undue weight in decision-making that affects the city as a whole. That is not such a problem if they elect candidates as excellent as the present incumbent, but they do have form for not always doing that. And there remains the possibility that that undue weight might at some future time be wielded by less worthy hands. As long as the peninsula remains part of the city, the only way to mitigate that anomaly will be to give Metropolitan Christchurch more councillors, and that is what we hope to see at some future time. Of course, we hope the council will resist any suggestion to reduce the number of councillors. Finally, the Latin motto in Christchurch's coat of arms, Fide condita fructu beata spe fortis, translates as founded in faith, blessed in fruitfulness, strong in hope. We believe that a healthy democracy has value beyond price, and we strongly hope that Christchurch will continue its progress towards greater democratic health. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Tim and James. Daniels.
Thank you, Peter. I have to say I always look forward to your subtleness sometimes. It's great. With regards to the Beckenham Neighbourhood Association's thoughts about the three wards, the Spraden, Cashmere and the joining Heathcote, which I totally support, can you just explain a wee bit more detail about the what was the border and what it is now and why you thoughts?
Well, prior to 2016, we were part of the Spraden Heathcote ward area,
yes, greater area,
community board area. So going back to something resembling that is something we're perfectly comfortable with.
Yeah, it makes good logic.
We don't believe that our interests will be sort of submerged by, an enlargement of the community board area.
Yeah.
We're very happy with that arrangement.
Thank you very much, Peter. Totally agree.
James?
Kia ora, Peter. Look, I'm a virgin to your articulate and eloquent submissions to council, but obviously other people have seen you before. So that begs the question, are you in any way related to Andrew Turner?
No, not at all. Okay. Not at all.
No, I just... No. Okay.
Sarah. Thanks so much, Peter. And thanks for coming back in again for another submission. Just checking on your point about the fact that the Banks Peninsula, for example, relies on the quality of the councillor chosen or the elected representatives, and if the current councillor wasn't quite so good, that might be an issue. Do you think the same applies for any single councillor ward across the city?
Sorry, my hearing isn't as good as it used to be.
So in a single councillor ward, either like Banks Peninsula or Heathcote or anywhere, do you think that having just the one councillor does leave the community at risk if that councillor ends up, not being what they expected? I know. Well, there are people in Heathcote who don't feel well represented by me. They have different values and different views, right? So, yeah, I'm just like, but does the same apply to each council ward? That's all.
Well, if with a single councillor ward, everyone in the ward knows which person to go to if they need some help or advice.
Yeah, and do you think that having the two local community board members also really helps?
I beg your pardon?
Do you think that having the two local community board members also helps with that?
Oh yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But if one wants to go straight to the council via an elected representative, then one's councillor is the person one would normally go to.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got another minute. Aaron.
Peter, just thank you for that insightful history lesson / warning of what can happen when central government review local government and try and impose major changes. Thank you for that.
Andrew.
Thank you, and thank you for your particularly kind remarks about the current arrangements on Banks Peninsula. I guess going back to Sarah's question, if we put it the other way around, do you believe that there's an obvious accountability from having one councillor, that it becomes very obvious that that person isn't doing their job well if they're not, whereas if there were more than one councillor, people could hide behind each other?
That's always a possibility. But you know, if you have two councillors for one ward, and they both and they have very different approaches to a particular issue, then one has a problem.
Look, thank you very much, Peter. Much appreciated, as usual. Welcome back. Sorry that James only got to see you once. Thank you. The next is Chrissy Williams.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui ki a koutou katoa. So I've only have 3 minutes for my presentation, so I'm going to concentrate on just 3 points of my submission. For your information, my attachment is on page, repeated twice in your attachments, page 125 and again on page 128. So
I couldn't find it.
It's
Thank
important
you
that you read that attachment. I realise the way that information is presented, I should have put more into the pro forma for you to see the reasons for my requests. So the second thing is that I know that you've had a lot of submissions on boundary changes. That's part of your representation review, but I think there's a lot of other issues raised in submissions, and I was disappointed in the report that you received that some of the issues raised, particularly the one about multi-member wards, wasn't addressed in any depth in your staff report. So hopefully you'll address that in the final proposal. So my submission is around not supporting single-member wards, except for Banks Peninsula, so different from what my learned friend Peter was saying. So I'm asking that you amend your proposal so that you have wards based on the community board area. So I'm using the language of the local government, the local electoral act. So each ward, each community board area would be a ward, and in each ward you elect 3 members, except for Banks Peninsula, and then you subdivide each of those wards for the community board elections. Now, my reasons for this, and it is to have effective, fair and diverse representation, which is what your goal is in this representation review. It's really well documented that multi-member wards do produce more diverse representation, and I've done a very simple and fairly coarse analysis of the last 7 elections, and I've only taken, the only attribute I've taken is gender, and I've done that on a binary gender, and I apologise for that, but there's not enough information to do any more in-depth analysis. But you'll see that, so I've taken each of the 7 elections. I put the line where you've changed from multi-member to single-member in 2016, and I've looked at the number of candidates, men, women, and the percentage of women. And you'll see in the candidates list that prior to having single-member wards, there were around about 35 to 40% of women as candidates, and then in the last election it's dropped to only 15%, 7 out of 46 candidates. So you get fewer people wanting to stand when you have single-member wards, and you get less diversification in the people that want to stand. As far as those people elected, you can see in the 4 years from 2001 to 2010, we were up around the 50%, greater than 50%. When I first became a councillor in 2001, there were 14 women out of the 24. And I think 2013 is an anomaly. It's a post-earthquake anomaly and a whole lot of other reasons which I won't go into today. But since you've had a single-member award, you're down to only 1/3 of the members being women. So I think that's, as an example, you could look at other aspects of diversity if you had the time and got into the deep research. The other thing, and Councillor Goff raised the issue of councillors representing the whole city. I think if there's... can I go back? If there's 3 member wards, those 3 members are more likely, they represent a larger area, and I don't love at-large elections, but they represent a larger area, and they're more likely to represent the views of the city rather than the small wards such as Heathcote. And the other thing is that there's people available to cover absences. For example, in the near future, Coastal Ward is not going to have a representative, but under this model, they would still have 2 representatives. So I think there's a lot of reasons why I can't go into them any more deeper in the time that I have, but I do ask in your final proposal that you do address this issue, do think about it, do argue whichever way you're going to go, and I would also suggest that you get advice from Dr. Jean Drage, who lives in our city and is a local government academic and one of the few in the country who has done a lot of work on this. The second 2 points are around STV and Māori representation. So Māori representation, I understand that you've taken the views of mana whenua and decided not to have Māori wards, and I respect and admire the way that you're engaging with mana whenua, and that's under the Ngāi Tahu Settlement Act in my view, but under the Local Government Act you need to take in the views of all Māori. And I'm concerned that that hasn't been done in this case, and I would ask that before leading up to the next election, so probably in 2003, you have a decent discussion around Māori wards with the whole city, because it isn't just a Māori issue, and it isn't just a mana whenua issue. But in the interim, in my written submission, I suggest that you do similar to what Canterbury Regional Council has done and have mana whenua representations on your standing committees of a whole. And that's allowed under the Local Government Act, and it gives a voice for Māori without needing to have Māori wards. And my last point is that I would ask that leading up to following the next election, so in before September 2003, you resolved to use STV as a way that we vote. Now, I say all this in context of a review of the local government arrangements that have been announced and are being undertaken. I don't know, they won't have effect for the next election, but they certainly will have effect for the 2005 election. So that's my submission, Madam Mayor and councillors, and I'm happy to take questions.
Yeah, I'm going to allow some questions.
Sorry, I don't know how long it takes.
No, I'm going to allow it because it's such a substantial submission. So, Sam.
Yeah, thank you, Chrissy, for coming in. Could someone put the slide back up about the woman representation? I just was interested. I thought that was a really fascinating slide that you've brought in or put together. Do you think one of the reasons potentially could be whether they're candidates or councillors, like the abuse people receive in these days, whether it's social media and the like, that put people off? What would your view be on that?
I think I absolutely respect people who stand for local government. It's a tough place to be, and I don't know whether it's abuse or that the having to go, whether you don't want to door knock or don't want to put yourself forward. I think women probably tend to put themselves forward less. I haven't got any evidence about the abuse, but I do think it's probably more difficult for women to stand in when it's a single ward councillor. Their chance of success is probably assessed to be lower, and so that puts them off standing.
But people generally wouldn't be perturbed by, I guess, sort of ongoing abuse, whether they're a candidate or a councillor.
Well, I don't know. I don't think there's an issue for the representation review myself, but you need to deal with that in other ways, probably.
Okay, thank you.
But the focus here is on the evidence of the demonstrated outcome.
Yeah, of having a diverse representation around the table, that we can recognise people that represent us.
Melanie.
3 snappy questions. One is, would you say that it would be, would you agree with it would be better to have more elected members, more people in council?
I think 16 is a really good compromise. I actually do think 24 was too many.
Yeah.
I was there. It was hard. It was hard work trying to get consensus and to work with others. So no, I think 16 is a good number. I thought 12 was too few.
Yep, and I'm thinking about Spraden, Cashmere, Spraden, Heathcote, but because I don't know about other areas' history, but would you say that having members elected at large means that you can have members elected from the same geographical area, therefore having similar opinions to each other, as opposed to the system that we now have, if you look at who used to represent the area?
Sorry, I don't understand the questions there, Manuel.
So what I'm saying is in Spraden, Heathcote and Spraden, Cashmere, we used to have councillors elected from a very similar geography within the area, within the ward area, and now with separate wards we have them elected from different parts of the ward area.
So you're that's
So I'm wondering if you've taken that into account in your submission.
Yeah, it is an issue that because of the combination of wards, and I'll use one that I know well, so the Burwood Coastal Linwood ward. When we had a Burwood Pegasus ward, the Burwood turnout was higher, so you got a higher voting number in Burwood because it was higher economic status, social economic status, and that could apply to any of these. And I think that's just how Christchurch is. Christchurch is a diverse city, and you've got a mix of people across the board. And so if you subdivide based on communities of interest, you do tend to group people like that. So yes, there is a risk of getting, and say Burwood Linwood Coastal, of getting 2 people from Burwood and no one from Coastal, and that's a risk that you take. But I still think the diversity that you can get is better. The weight sits on the diversity rather than in what that sort of concern about single.
And one more point is just in the last election we had 7 women run in single member wards, and 5 of those women actually run. So it's a huge. Were you aware of that? So about 71% of the women that ran in the last election actually got a place on council. And
it's a trend right through. So you look back in the early days, like in 2001, 40% of the candidates were women and 58% of women were selected. So often women do get elected if there's that choice to have. So yeah, and
Sarah.
Thanks so much, Chrissy. 2 quick points. Firstly, that the bottom number, second one up, the 33% in 2016, I think it's 25. I think you've included Leanne, because actually it's only 4 out of 16.
I was doing it late at
night,
wasn't I?
4 out of 16 councillors were female. But the other one is when the discussion you're having over Burwood, for example, and where councillors might get elected from if we had slightly at large, because councillors don't currently have to live in the wards that they're elected to anyway. So at the moment, for example, do you think that single council ward solves that? Because currently we have Burwood being represented by someone from Avonhead, for example, and that kind of thing. So it doesn't necessarily solve that problem anyway.
No, nothing solves that problem unless it's legislated for that you need to live in the area that you're standing for. So I mean, it's going to be a problem either way.
Yep, thanks.
All right. Look, thank you very much for your submission, Chrissy, and it's very in depth and a lot of detailed analysis gone into it.
I'll correct my maths. Thank you, Councillor. And resend that slide so that you have it. Or I'm sure that the staff could change that to 25%.
You could change that, couldn't you?
I did 4 out of 12, not 4 out of 16 in my hurry.
All right. Thank you very much. The next submission is it Tracy Bunk from the High Broomfield Community Development? Sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, I'm Tracy Bunk. I'm here to represent the High Broomfield Community Development Trust, and we're based at 126 on the corner, which is 126 Hay Road. So I've actually been there 22 years now as a community development worker, and I've worked in the area for just over 30 years now doing community work. And council is a very important part of what we do. If it wasn't for council, we wouldn't have secured the building, and we really wouldn't be there in the area, so thank you very much. And while with council, I believe that you work a lot with numbers. We're working face to face with our community, and we realise that council are having wards that are roughly, maybe that's a sign. Oh, it's a good one. Yeah, just making sure you're awake to hear the next bit. I probably lost 30 seconds there. Reset the clock. Okay. Yeah, so having wards roughly the same size is probably quite helpful if you're council, but we are concerned about the boundary change with Buchanan's Road. We're right opposite Buchanan's Road, so our side where the building is High, the other side is Broomfield. So most of the 400 plus individuals that we see each week are coming from the immediate area, so within walking distance, Broomfield. Low social economic area, people who are about during weekdays have similar needs, which is quite helpful for us in some ways. It's taken years to reach those people in Broomfield because the only resource in Broomfield is the kindy, and we're the next closest to that with the bus stops directly outside the building. And then when Dalmain came along, Dalmain being right next to Broomfield, the people are much different, their needs are different. A lot of those people are working during the day, we don't see so many of them, or I believe that they're people that have retired and they've shifted to a smaller house, smaller section, less work to do. So quite a different group of people as far as the social economic side of things go. So we'd like to ask you to reconsider the boundary change for Buchanan's Road and that Broomfield and remain under the current ward. This would actually make our work a lot easier. We wouldn't have to apply for 2 wards for funding. If the changes would remain the same, we'd need to double up on funding applications and accountability to council. We'd also need to get to know a different community board as well as, and that's not a bad thing to get to know other community boards, but it's a lot more work involved. And we'd also need to look at and Broomfield separately instead of them being one as they are at the moment. And all this would take considerably more time and take us away from what we're there for. We want to spend as much time with the people as possible. I'm the only paid worker there. We've got some volunteers. We've got 36 volunteers at the moment. And we run 2 buildings. We've just had another building that opened in October last year, which we're reaching more people. And we work hard to make sure that not only the people's needs are met, but that people can move from the current situations and be able to meet their own needs and also help other people to do the same, rather than just being there just to give handouts. We like to give a hand up to people, which actually takes a bit more time. We break down social isolation. We're trying to empower the community to be less reliant on resources and to be able to support one another to become a more resilient community. And we really feel that if Broomfield ended up going over to, I think it's a Papanui ward, would that be correct? If the changes went ahead now, I think it'd be Papanui. Was it Papanui? Good. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yep. Sort of feel that Broomfield may get lost. Broomfield's not that big an area. So just like you to reconsider the change, and maybe Buchanan's Road could have a bit of a curve in it where Broomfield is. If we keep Broomfield on our side, we'd really appreciate it. So that's me done.
That's you done? Right.
Yep.
Okay. Jimmy Chen.
May I ask you, you prefer the kind of Broomfield, that kind of boundary. Your idea is from the Race Coast Road, Marsham, until the Ponce Road, or just a Carmen's Road to the Gilbert Falls, this area. Which area? Your definition regarding the Broomfield.
Well, the Broomfield area would be for us it'd be from like Carmen Road.
Yes.
Through just past Gilberthorpe's Road.
Yeah, this section.
So up to Dalmain.
Yes.
So it'd be both the other side of Buchanan's Road.
Yes.
Vanguard Drive and Archon Drive and the streets off there.
Okay, yes.
We actually have quite a number of people from that area coming over to us because we are the closest. And with having the bus stops outside, that was a draw card originally.
Yes.
So we'd like to carry on just working with and working with Broomfield the same as what we are now, if at all possible.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so roughly is how many households based on your definition of people? Roughly, just roughly,
Oh,
based on
roughly,
your
about
service.
2,000, roughly.
2,000.
Yep.
Okay,
yeah, when we
thank
do
you.
a leaflet drop, it's usually about 3,600, so yeah,
Okay.
about 2,000.
Thank you.
Anyone else? No. Very good. Well, thank you. Created a stir around the table.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Next is Dr. Lynette Willis, Ilam and Upper Riccarton Residents Association.
Yes, my name is Lynette Hardy-Wills.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I know that.
Yes, I know. It's good to be here and to talk to you about this group. I'm a property owner in Parkstone Avenue. I've been there for 24 years. And in 1997, I was one of the founding members of the Ilam and Upper Riccarton Residents Association. And I was responsible for their constitution. Now, the boundaries of the Ilam and Upper Riccarton Residents Association, on the south side, it goes from Riccarton Road to Yoldhurst Road, and on the north side, it's Maidstone and Crake Road. And then on the east side, it goes along Clyde Road, and to the north is Avonhead. And you'll know there is an issue here now with what I see with your present boundaries. Two concerns that I've noted in my submission are that I think the University of Canterbury cannot be split. It must be kept together. It doesn't make sense to split those two things. If you look at the pedestrian traffic between them, these two belong together. The parking, all of those issues suggest that it should be one campus, not split between different wards. And I believe that it should be in the Riccarton ward because that's where the pedestrian and, you know, suggests that it should be. Historically, it's always been there. It doesn't really make sense to now move that entire big block into another ward. I also want to bring to your attention the area that's north of Yoldhurst, from Pier Street to Avonhead Road to Maidstone. Now that area is of course always been part of the Ilam and Upper Riccarton residents. It's what we formed because there's a real community of interest here. It's what we've referred to for some 24 years as being part of the educational zone. Every submission, every hearing that we've attended, we've always classified this as part of the educational zone. Because people here move seamlessly between the university area and also where they live close by. People who are employed at the university are also seeking to live close to there, or if they're studying, the student flats, investment, all of that is concerned about the university. And the facilities, the libraries, the gyms, the tennis courts, the playing fields, all of that show an inward movement, so it's a cohesive whole, that whole area. And if you drive down Yoldhurst Road, very, very seldom, I do that quite often to get in the mainstream traffic, but very seldom do you see people going, pedestrians or cyclists, going across Yoldhurst Road. Yoldhurst Road is really about cars travelling up and down. It's not about pedestrians or cyclists crossing that road. There's very little communication across there on the other side. So I believe that this area that I'm talking about, from Pearce Street, Yoldhurst to Maidstone to Avonhead Road, cannot be split from the university. It is an educational zone area. It is part of, you know, the outer rim of the university campus, the two campuses. Now, in 1997, I think it was, 98, we, as an Ilam and Upper Riccarton residents, and very much from that Pearce Street entrance, we joined forces and found enough confidence and money or whatever it was to actually go to the Environment Court. We went to the Environment Court, and that's why we were formed, because of the air pollution. And we were successful as residents, and that really meant all of the area that I'm talking about was formed originally around those three chimneys: the university chimney, the Teachers College chimney, and the where Bupa is now, the Feltex. Also, I want to bring to your attention the good work that's currently going on with Villa Maria School, with other schools in that area, with the headwaters of the Avon River. There's residents are coming together with the university, and it's a natural community of interest that is really joining hands now to make sure we've got the clean waters of the Avon flowing down through that area. And some very good work is going on in that area. Those of you who are in that area will know about that. So we certainly don't want to break those initiatives up. We want to make sure that that is all staying together as one whole. And thirdly, the student rental accommodation. As you know, this has been a real bugbear in our area, and we have to thank the council, and particularly Jimmy Chen, early on, for your good work in listening and working with us on the boarding house issues. And still, this is not finished. This is something which I'm looking at and bring to your attention about the selling of houses that have been earthquaked in my street. Currently, there are 2 or 3 there that have been earthquaked with no code of compliance and being sold on as investment properties for student accommodation. And when I moved out of my house to have my own earthquake repairs done, and that's just happened for me, I was appalled at looking at rental accommodation in this area, mouldy, not up to snuff at all, and unfit really for students to be living in. It's not good enough for investors to be saying that those houses are good enough. So I'm just giving you a flag on that. I know it isn't quite. But that whole area has got student accommodation. And one of the things that I initiated under the Ilam and Upper Riccarton Residents Association was we did a student urban villages seminar with 22 speakers drawn from the university, in fact from all over Christchurch, looking at the future for student urban villages. We've been very much involved in this, and you see this whole community of interest is really around this. We're not giving up on what's happening in the future about student accommodation. We had 22 speakers, and we made submission to the community board, and it's something that we certainly keep an eye on. And one of the last things that you will know that we have really been feisty about, and I think we have been, with your help, reasonably successful on, is the alcohol-free zone. I can remember when I first went there, we had the riot squad out, the party nights were dreadful. That certainly has toned down now. We've got a better handle about that. But this whole area is one area. And if you were to split this up, you would be really something that we've taken some almost 25 years to do. We have got a community that works well together. We've got the alcohol free zones. We've got parties under control. We work with the university with letters going from the Vice-Chancellor's office if they're not correct. The same with Lincoln University students who are living in our zone. We know those connections and we're able to get quickly to make this a very good place for students to live. So I want to urge you to look at refiguring this so that the area that I'm talking about, from Avonhead down to Pearce Street, from Yoldhurst Road across to Maidstone, is kept in the Riccarton ward.
Thank you very much for your submission, Lynette. As you've heard, it aligns very closely with the two community boards that are covered by the issue.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Hear what there.
I can assure you that your submission aligns very clearly with both the
you.
submissions that have been
Thank
very
you very
supportive.
much.
Thank you. Anne Taylor.
Thank you. I'm Anne Taylor and I'm a small landowner in the Ruia Belfast area. I've been there for over 35 years and watched the progress and the lack of. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I have taken the time and the trouble as I also represent many of the younger and busier neighbours in my area. I've spoken about the lack of representation at the council for many of our issues that are not resolved, as there seems to be no one representing rural interests and issues. Christchurch City Council rules are either non-existent, outdated or unenforceable by the council staff. We are not represented fairly in the St Albans or Central Ward. We identify with Belfast Harewood or possibly a new rural ward if that was proposed. As we may have more land, we are far less in voice and number to be taken seriously by many of the present councillors and community board representatives. They are basing too many decisions on recommendations from council staff and not the needs and wishes of the ratepayers. This concerns me and has got progressively worse. I'm not quite sure of the details of why, but we just chip away. But thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Do we have questions? Jimmy Chen.
Just one question. You put your concern and recommend all those rural areas should be considered merged one independent those ward. I just want to know whether you just focus on the whole area, Hornby rural, or still cover the kind of Harewood area as well as part of the Banks Peninsula area or not, regarding rural area.
I just feel so strongly at the moment we're just a little sort of a afterthought that, oh, where are we going to shove these people, and I will just throw them into St Albans. And that's how we feel, because we just do not relate to St Albans issues. That would also make it very difficult for any representatives. And we just, you know, there is a lot of land in marshlands as well that is being destroyed, and that concerns me, and I think that maybe just that rural area and district needs a bigger voice, or otherwise Christchurch as a whole is going to be the worse off if we lose this asset.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Sarah.
Thanks so much for that. It is difficult in those outlying areas. Do you find that people who are living in the more rural areas connected to the urban are interested in standing for election, or so we've had a whole range of submissions over, you know, size and communities of interest and that kind of stuff. So one of the things is how do you get a board where people are likely to, a ward area where people are likely to stand and be elected to represent an area. So Banks Peninsula's got the community of interest in that area.
Unfortunately, there is the Belfast Residents Association who don't represent us either.
Yeah.
Fringe, sometimes they do, but not as a whole. This is our difficulty with being in rural areas. Representation is always very difficult because you haven't got the numbers.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just have to chip away.
Okay, that's fine, thanks.
James?
Kia ora, Anne. Look, I'm just trying to clarify, where do you live?
I live in Guthrie's Road, which runs between Marshlands Road and Belfast Road,
Right.
just at the top end.
Okay, yeah.
Our children, my grandchildren who live next door, they all go to Arua Primary School. However, retail-wise and whatnots, we relate mostly to Belfast Northwood, but now with the new Preston subdivision, yeah, New World's there is quite handy as well. But we're just sort of, Marshlands Road is sort of a bit of a barrier for commuting, etc. So Belfast Road is our main lifeline.
Thank you.
Pauline?
Yeah, thank you. And I know what you're saying, because you're in a low population area and you feel you don't have enough numbers to perhaps support your own residents' association. But is it not possible for you to join the Belfast one? Because they're very active.
Yeah, just their interest. I have been on the fringes and I have been on actual focused interest groups when we sort of mounted a major charge against Silver Fern Farm, the freezing works, and that was an amalgamation of people like myself and Belfast Residents Association people, but we had a separate environment group that we set up for that.
Yeah.
I have mobilised my area a few times with success, but it's hard work and so many people, or the younger ones like I used to be, are busy making a living these days and, you know, doing their good things for their children, that it's discussed on a weekend, but they haven't got the energy or the time to maybe get their ideas a little bit further afield, other than using Snap and whatever it is on our apps, which is very, very handy and quick. Yeah.
I think what we're grappling with here is the challenge of size.
Well, and it's being in an effective group. I just don't think that the proposed...
When you subtract one from another, you've got to push people around, but you're talking about a relatively small number of people, and sufficiently potentially geographically isolated to move. But I don't know. Mike?
Thank you. So I get how you sort of see yourself associated more to the Heward area, but do you think over time, with the motorway being right where it's situated, you actually start to go more east than west?
No, if it wasn't for the fact that the Ruia Primary School was a lovely little rural area school, we would not even go that way. My son, who lives next door, he works at the airport, looking at the people that live along our road. Most of them, they all either work in the city or would head towards Papanui, Northwood Way. No, well, we've got the bridge.
Yeah.
So, you know, as long as the council don't keep closing the road on us, we're fine. At the moment, we just drive around it, so that's another minor issue.
Thanks.
Another minor issue, yeah. Thank you. Look, thank you very much. And it is worthwhile to come and make these submissions, especially in person. It's really helpful.
Well, it's a waste of time if you just write something on a piece of paper. You actually have to take the effort.
Much better. It's much better that we get a sense from you what the issues are, and we'll see if we can solve them. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Megan Thompson and Bebe Frail from the Canterbury Women's Branch of the New Zealand Labour Party.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Firstly, thank you for giving us the space for this discussion today. For those who don't know us, my name is Megan and I'm the chair of the Labour Canterbury Women's Branch, and this is Bibi, our secretary. The vision of our branch is that all women can fully participate in all aspects of the Labour Party, and our mission is to welcome, support and celebrate the women of Canterbury and their contribution to the party. Since this is a representation review, we are here today to talk to you about representation. The LEA requires a review of representation arrangements every 6 years to make sure they're still fair and provide effective representation for communities. Your engagement document notes that your primary consideration is to provide for effective representation of communities of interest. This is what we would like to talk to you about today. Look around. Do you think you are a good representation of your communities? Women are 50.1% of the Christchurch population, but are only 30% of councillors. This is not a fair representation. So, how do we solve this?
We're here to say that the lack of good representation at council is a systemic problem that requires an organisational response. We can't blame individual candidates or councillors for the lack of fair representation. The solution must lie with the organisation. How can this be achieved? What can we do? Well, what can you do? Well, for example, at the last election, the Labour Party made a commitment to have a caucus that comprises 50% women, or, put another way, no more than 50% men. At the 2020 election, this was achieved. Women are 55% of the Labour caucus. So it is possible if there's the will to do it. The council needs to make this same commitment. We don't have a lot of time to talk here about how this might happen, what the mechanisms that can be used to achieve fair representation, but what we're here to say is that it has to happen. Council also needs to address other significant lack of diversities, which we're not going to talk about because we're here to represent women, but people of colour, LGBTQIA+, disability, age. For example, the population in Christchurch aged 25 to 29 is 7% of the population. I don't think it has fair representation at this table. Oh, still 29. Well, that's pretty good then. 50% of the New Zealand population is under 30. 50%. So the review here we see is tinkering with the boundaries. We understand that that is your goal in this representation review. That's what it states in the review document. That really we've had the previous go round we had quite a big review and a big change. So this time we want to make a smaller change. We think this is inadequate when we have such unfair representation. It needs to be addressed and we can't wait any longer. We've been waiting a long time.
We just had a submission earlier on that it suggested a mechanism for doing that.
Great.
And that was instead of having representatives from individual wards, but having representatives from across the ward, so the community board area. Can you put that? Are you able to put that slide back up from the earlier submission? I mean, it's just because you've said you don't know how to do it. We've had a submission from somebody who suggested.
Can I speak to that? Yep. Just for a moment. So I had a look at statistics over time, and what I would say is that it may be the case that, there's the... Thanks, Chrissy. I'm not sure about this. What I would say is that representation of women over time fluctuates, and so it's hard to see a pattern of representation when you compare voting per board area or at large versus voting per ward area more specifically, and the correlation of that and women being elected. So, for example, you can see that in 2010, 46% of elected members were women, but they were elected at large. And this election we had 31%, and in between we've got some fluctuation around a quarter. So it's hard to see a pattern over time when you.
The only
when you
time
look
we've had individual representation was the last one, which dropped to 15%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that was. I mean it's a. I thought it was an interesting point, and
It is.
but I asked you to comment on it, and
I've
you
done
have.
so.
And I had hands up over here. James was the first.
Kia ora kōrua. Look, I have tremendous sympathy for what you're trying to achieve, but I'm really keen to know, you talked about there are mechanisms, but you didn't have time to go into them. Can you give us some sense of what they are? Before you do that, it's just that I think that this is, I don't know that this is the body that can do that. And I better say before you reply, that I don't in principle agree with central government, like political parties, being involved at this level. I think that this should be as independent as we can get. So my question is, how do we make it better from your perspective? What are the mechanisms?
Maybe a simple quota. I don't know how it works because I don't know how voting works well enough to be able to know. That I feel like there are better heads than mine that understand this, and that I'm happy to talk to those people, but I don't understand exactly how that works. How I've seen it work is by a simple quota.
Yeah, but we can't impose
No,
a
I know
quota
that. But you
in
can
the
advocate for something.
But in the
on the
representation
behalf of your
review, which is
people.
what we're discussing
Yes.
today, we can't do that. So, Sam.
Cool, thank you very much for coming in. So just in terms of that, I'm just trying to understand, it probably touches a wee bit on what James had asked. So it's got the New Zealand Labour Party, that's not the People's Choice Group. You're not speaking on behalf of the People's Choice Group today, are you?
We're speaking on behalf of the Canterbury Women's branch of the New
Labour
Zealand Party.
Yeah, cool, okay. So have you raised it with the Labour Party? The 50% at local government level? They're undertaking a big review at the moment. In terms of, I'm just wondering whether you'd looked at that as another avenue.
I don't think that that's a fair question either.
Which I'm not going to answer.
I'm trying to get people focused on
the
our
issue.
job. Our job is the representation review.
I'd like to hear the answer to that.
Oh, no, look, I don't care really whether you want to hear it.
Well, let me answer that. It's not relevant to the conversation we're having now.
It's not relevant to our discussion today.
It is entirely relevant to the conversation here today.
Excuse me, could I just have some order, please? I would like to get back to questions. Anne?
Thank you. So I was pleased that you talked not just about the fact of representation of women, but also of other diverse groups. And you talked about the fact that it was a systemic problem. Sorry. So what do you mean by that?
It means it's at an organisational level. It's the way we do things rather than individually. I can say I'm a woman, I should put my hand up. I'm 29, I can be counted as a statistic to say I'm represented. But actually, it's the mechanisms of how people select themselves for election, how elections happen. It's the mechanisms by which you get here that are the problem.
Sarah?
Which obviously isn't a council issue, I understand, but this is the forum I have.
Yeah, Sarah.
Thanks so much. I just, going back to Chrissy's slide, so we used to have about 50-50, sometimes just slightly over percentage of women around the council table here at council, with the same system normally generally about council and elections and all of those kind of things, except for the one difference that has changed, which is going to single council awards. Do you see anything else in the system that might have changed that has taken us from that high percentage level down to where we are now?
Well, what changed between last time and this time to have such a significant difference?
No, last time we only had, last term of council we only had 25% female. Now we've got 33, but before that it was up at the 50s.
It seems to fluctuate over time and I don't understand that.
Yeah.
But the other way round. We dropped to 15% when we only had single council awards.
No, we dropped to 4 out of 16, which is 25%. Oh, candidates, yeah. So we had around the table though, we had 25%, and now we've got 33, but we were up at the 50s.
Right.
And I just, if you're saying it's the systematic change, what else has changed about the system? That definitely plays into some of it.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. And I had Jake.
Nice soft one to finish off. So what role do you see in terms of, what role do you think different political groupings have in terms of meeting this target? You know, you've got People's Choice, Independent Citizens, the Greens are at about 50-50 now. What kind of, we've got a little bit further to go, obviously. The Nats.
So People's Choice has made a commitment to gender diversity.
I'm sorry, Leanne, Jake's question's relevant, but mine's ruled out of order. Like, I'm sorry, but...
Sorry, I didn't hear the question, sorry.
I'll repeat.
No, not if you're playing games, so...
Ask a different question, Jake.
No, it's all right. We've come to the end of questions, so thank you very much for your time today, and thank you for raising the issue. I think the issue is important, and it does need to be raised. Thank you. Viviana Zanetti from the Phillipstown Community Centre Charitable Trust.
Kia ora. The Phillipstown Community Centre Charitable Trust discussed the proposed representation review among themselves and with some of the people in our neighbourhood. We submitted on different topics, but so we support the Maori names, we support the proposal of keeping the 16 councillors under the ward system plus 2 community board members elected for each ward, but we suggest that the elections for community boards are under the single transferable vote system rather than the current one. The reasoning behind that is included in our submission, so we'll not focus on that. But we think that it's more democratic and represents better the desires and what the community wants. Regarding the boundaries and the wards of the proposed review, we appreciate that Phillipstown is contained in one single ward instead of being split as currently it is between the 2 wards, Central and Linwood. Phillipstown is already a really small neighbourhood, and to us it doesn't make sense that it's split in 2 parts. It only increases the fragmentation and the lack of social cohesion and the lack of sense of belonging in the neighbourhood. However, the Trust doesn't agree with the proposal of Phillipstown being placed in the Central Ward. Feedback from our residents indicates that they associate and identify more with Linwood and Woolston areas rather than with Central City. Just a couple of examples. They go shopping at Eastgate Mall, they use the hub, the Linwood Working Income Hub, and moreover, the commercial area along Fitzgerald Ave and coming towards Phillipstown represents a bold separation with Central. And this separation is strengthened by the natural boundary represented by Fitzgerald Ave, which is, for these, the size and the traffic. In a sense, Phillipstown offers its back to the central city and looks at east. Nevertheless, we recognize that Phillipstown, the proximity to the city centre is an important factor for Phillipstown. Being a fringe neighbourhood means that whatever will happen in the future years in the city centre will impact somehow Phillipstown. Especially because among all the neighbourhood surrounding the city centre, Phillipstown is one of those offering more opportunities for redevelopment and rebuilding, as we can already see by the recent examples of gentrification in Phillipstown, with old houses and, unfortunately, old villas being sold for future high-rising developments. So we see Phillipstown placed into Linwood Ward. We see a value of keeping Phillipstown in the same community board with Central, but we do not see our community of interest expanding further north to include Innes and Papa Nui as proposed in the review. So what? The demolition part is always easy and natural. To be proactive is harder, but especially when there are so many things on the table. But the Trust tried to offer a possible option, and we suggest that maybe it could be considered a community board that includes Linwood together with Phillipstown inside, Central and Fendleton. We recognize that the representation review is a challenging project. Like a domino, moving one piece will make all the other pieces fall. So, and you can't please everybody. So we acknowledge that, and we would like to wish you all the best in this difficult task.
Well, that's certainly a more challenging sort of suggestion, but I really want to focus in on Phillipstown, because where you're based used to be a school. So where did the kids get sent to school from when they closed Phillipstown School? What school do they go to now?
They go to, they split. They are using Te Wakaunua. That was the school resulted after the merging of the two schools.
And what suburb is that in?
Is that Woolston?
Yes. I am wanting you to say that out loud. It is a loaded question.
Okay,
it's called Where is your natural community of interest? And a lot of the kids went to Te Wakaunua School. Yeah.
The majority there, yes.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions? Yanni, did you have any questions?
I think the submission's pretty clear forward. I mean, I guess just
Except
in
for
terms of the council's proposal, I'm just wondering whether there's enough rationale that you can see for what's proposed in terms of the change for both losing the local community board in your area and also for the ward boundary changes. Are you reading the proposal? Do you understand why council's proposed what it has? Is there things there that make you understand it, or is it hard to comprehend?
It's understandable, the need of reshaping the boards in order to have all of the community boards being organised with 3 wards. It's understandable. But on the other hand, so apart from the community of interest, on the other hand, we have been working really in collaboration with the Linwood organisations. We identify with them. We work really closely, and being placed with Central and being moved to a different committee board with Ines and Papa Nui will change completely the way we work with other community organizations. For ages, we were told that we need to collaborate with other organizations, and we spent a lot of time in building up the relationship and the connection, and now everything will be changed. We can rebuild everything, but it will take a lot of time and effort, and the capacity of the community organizations is always really thin.
What I was trying to understand, do you understand why the council's proposing to get rid of that community board compared to, say, the Hallsville Hornby Riccarton?
You asked a question and she answered it, which was she understood that we were moving to equalise the number of wards. I think the issue for me, though, is 4,100 people live in Phillipstown. It's hard to move it around without making consequential changes to other boundaries. And that's going to be the biggest challenge.
Yeah, we completely understand that.
Yeah. Sarah.
Thanks so much. You talked about the relationships you've built with all the different other organisations in the area, which may end up being in different electoral areas. But outside the actual electoral process and applications for funding, do you think it's worth council, if we did go ahead with the current boundaries, then do you think we need to really make sure that our governance teams and our councillors work across community board boundaries to make sure that those communities are still well supported as a group in an area? So apart from the actual elections themselves, there's no reason why Phillipstown and Linwood and others can't be still meeting.
Yeah, definitely. I see a natural relationship with the Linwood Resource Centre on Linwood. The organisations in Linwood rather than with organisations working in the city centre. The data are really different, and the needs in the community are different.
So if we went ahead, we'd have to find a way of making sure that we support that to still go ahead.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Well, I think you've given us some very good stuff to work with, so thank you very much for making a submission today. Thank you. Rosemary Need.
Kia ora koutou. Thanks for the work you do. I'm here as a community person. I live in Red Cliffs, very active in my communities. and thanks for the chance to give this a review. I thought I'd like to start with some good things. I thought it's fantastic that we're moving towards Māori names in the as a normal expression. I think that's amazing. I thought there might be some pushback on that, so I thought that's fantastic. I also am a little bit anxious that there's one community board that in the east that seems to have is a poorer ward, and I wonder about how we notice that and support them as a ward. So it's just noticing that there might be more needs there that we need to address. I notice we haven't talked about Māori wards in this, and I realise with the relationships with Kaitahu that isn't necessarily the way ahead, but I just want to make a plea that this is a really important part of our future governance, that iwi are actively involved beside us. I'm going to make a point that's been raised a couple of times about single ward voting. I also wanted to reference, I wrote an open letter to the CEOs of City Council, Environment Canterbury and that District Health Board after the last election, calling for a community forum around the low voting turnout that we have. And I think I might have got a form letter back, but I think we're at this sort of stage, and I'm really disappointed that there hasn't been some more active community engagement around this. I feel like staff of the council and councillors, it's a little bit like asking turkeys if they want Christmas. You know, there's, and when we talk about more female representation, I look around at you blokes who give a lot, and I think, oh, well, that means somebody is not going to be here. There's lots of implications here, personally, for people, and I feel like we're not bringing those community voices into how should we do this stuff. And I'm really disappointed that we didn't do something like that after the last election. Say, look, let's get together, the interested parties, how can we do better? So my other points are about supporting the idea of councillors being elected at ward across community board areas in order to get a more diverse council. And the other angle in there, which once again wasn't addressed in this, was the idea of having STV as a poll on STV at the next elections. And one of the things I think about this is that I feel like the council and ECAN and Hospital Board definitely, there was no education, there was no community education about what this is all about, what the issues are, how you can get involved. And I feel like one of the great advantages if we did have a poll on STV, there would be a whole lot of education processes around that. Say, look, this is what happens at present. I think we've got to do more about getting people engaged. That's me. Thank you.
Excellent. I think that COVID-19 had a little bit to do with how we structured last year. So,
sure.
Yeah, but it's a point well made and well taken, I think, by all of us. Tim.
Thank you very much for your presentation. With regards to the voting numbers, what would your thoughts be with regards to having local body elections alongside and at the same time as general election?
It's an interesting one. I feel personally, and talking to all my mates, by the time we get to the hospital board elections on the form,
we're not having any more.
Yeah, I know. Hopefully that's true. But I'm saying that it's too much. Do you know what I mean? Like even at present, to grasp. Maybe it's a good thing in terms of civics. Maybe we'd talk about it all more.
Turnout.
But as I understand it, the councils control or support that education process rather than the Electoral Commission. And I don't know, I feel like we could do more about that. And we're very lucky in Christchurch to have Jean Drage, an expert in studying local government, actually in the city. You know, we could make a lot more use of her.
Thank you. Sorry, I had someone else's hand over here. Was it you, Anne? No. Oh, sorry. Yanni?
Thank you. It's just elected large across 5 community board areas. There was a previous submitter where someone asked the question, have you looked at what it used to be like when you had basically the wealthy, high voter turnout areas being represented around council when we had those larger wards?
So I wasn't around here at that time, so I can't tell you.
Right. Do you have any concerns that might...
Of course I have concerns about that.
That
That's
we
right.
should, I guess, look at things like voter turnout and socio-economic status as being, when we look at wards?
Certainly. Yes, absolutely.
Mike?
Thanks. Obviously, ECAN has that the two elected members across the
Yes,
ward.
that's right.
Do you think what Yanni's concerned out play out in that situation, or do you think actually we got good representation?
Good point. I thought it was a really interesting turnout, a lot in ECAN in terms of the 2 people per wards, and I thought it was really interesting. I supported the extra person in South Canterbury, and a lot of my friends didn't. But what we got in South Canterbury was a really wonderful combination of people. A woman, a man, a farmer, an environmentalist. That's the sort of thing that can happen when you're voting for 2 people rather than when just voting for 1. So thanks, Mike. I was around for 1.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Rosemary. And David East, you are just in time for your submission. That's a just-in-time arrival.
Do you want me to look after?
No, she's good. Yeah.
Just done it in public.
Good morning. Perhaps the most pressing issues that residents of the coastal areas of the city face is the pending coastal hazards chapter of the district plan. I'm accompanied today by my granddaughter Blake, who is a 6th generation resident of North Beach and one who will possibly be greatly affected by decisions made now and in her adult years. What's this got to do with the representation review? Not a lot directly. But who makes the decisions that will impact on her future life living in the coastal area does? We're in the process of better aligning our wards to give more equality than the previous representation review allowed, where two ward boards were significantly disadvantaged in a number of ways. I support the reconfiguring of community boards to alleviate the problems that have arisen, but do not support the proposed amalgamation of the coastal Burwood and Linwood wards. Linwood offers little synergy to the coastal Burwood. In my mind, given the huge impact that the coastal hazards and district plan processes may have on coastal areas, and also that of possible climate change outcomes, it makes sense to combine the metropolitan coastal areas into one ward. This is a far greater synergy than an amalgamation with Linwood would offer. Burwood and coastal have been linked for years and have forged many synergies. However, the addition of the Heathcote ward to coastal Burwood brings the Sumner, Redcliffs and Ferrymead areas into the same coastal hazards and climate change debate at community board level and a more unified response to the issues that are to be debated. The second, and perhaps tongue-in-cheek reason for this combination is that having all metropolitan coastal areas under the same community board umbrella would hopefully soften the often perceived diffident attitude towards the New Brighton coastline. It is perceived that Sumner and Redcliffs, often referred to as the chosen ones, have enjoyed a greater level of service than their counterparts across the estuary. A ward that encompasses all of the coastal areas of metropolitan Christchurch may enjoy equal levels of service. Thank you for your consideration of this option. I hope this suggestion can be given some serious consideration and give Blake and her peers confidence in the future of coastal areas of the city. Thank you.
Sarah.
Thanks so much, Dave, and I can completely get where you're coming from. Just wondering though, when you look at the actual map and where the wards sit, if you were putting the three ones with the coastline together, metropolitan, actually Linwood Ward has coast. It's got all of the estuary, a lot of the estuary edge, and has very low-lying areas that are prone to inundation. So I'm wondering, another suggestion we've had from people was coastal Linwood Heathcote to cover the coast, because Burwood doesn't have the same issues with the inundation that the other three do. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to debate that sort of combination as well. I think my concerns really were to get the coastal areas all in the same platform. Linwood only shares an estuarine piece of the coastline, as does Burwood, a fraction of it, but the others have more of, the Heathcote ward and the coastal ward have the ocean-facing coastlines. But I'm open to a suggestion that it could be coastal Linwood Heathcote.
And just quickly, you don't think that because of the nature of the challenges coming and the amount of work that's going to happen, you don't think that joining three coastal boards together would simply actually just be too much work for one community board, and that spreading the load would be better?
No, I think in my submission I made the point that you are combining all the areas that have the similar issues to face, and you're actually coming up with a unified voice on those particular issues.
All right. Thank you very much for coming on to present today. Thank you.
Right. Have your debut. Yeah, should have brought her in earlier, like as in the campaign.
Should turn my speaker on. We're going to adjourn now till for lunch, and the next submission will be at 1:50. So we're starting back here early. Perhaps if you get back here at 1:45, that's exactly 1 hour. And we'll start with Alexandra Davids from the Waikato Linwood Central Heathcote Community Board. All right. Thank you. here on time, and we'll move on to Alexandra David's Linwood Central Heathcote, Waikura, Linwood Heathcote Central. Welcome.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. The board would like to thank you all for the opportunity to present on the representation review. This has been both a complex and challenging submission because, as you are all aware, the Linwood Central Heathcote Community Board is the only community board proposed to be disbanded. We do realise our submission contradicts itself due to the limited consultation with boards and the community. The board feel we have given the best way forward and suggestions with the most limited available options. The former Hagley Ferry Mead, now Linwood Central Heathcote Board, has always been a super diverse board with wide-ranging issues. We have huge socio-economic disparity, coastal issues, hill suburbs, and central city redevelopment following the earthquakes. We have roading, maintenance, and infrastructure issues also. The board acknowledges that this grouping has created a disproportionate workload compared to other board areas. Also, we have recently had information shared with us around customer service reports, proving our communities are very active and are aware of our wide-ranging issues. So we can understand the rationale for splitting up the board to an extent. What we have found harder to understand is the choices of grouping that are put forward in the proposal that went out for consultation. The board is not in support of the proposal, but are aware that in this particular process, which is dictated by central government, only one option can be put forward. So whilst there was not unanimous agreement from the board has chosen to propose an alternative within the boundaries that have been set. The proposal doesn't take into account communities of interest, and an opportunity has been lost to do this with people and has rather been done to them, which is what we continually say in council we aim to avoid. We have very real concerns about putting two major areas of deprivation, both coastal and Linwood, together. But within the constraints of the current boundaries, because these were not changed in this proposal, we have opted for an alternative that places key city wards affected by climate change and coastal inundation together. This is that we propose that Linwood Coastal Heathcote be placed together, which leaves Papanui, Innis, Burwood, Spraydon, Cashmere, Central, Hornby, Holswell, Riccarton, Fendalton, Waimarie, Herwood. I'd like to finish by acknowledging the communities in our community board area who feel like they are being done to and not done with. Whilst they get their say now, in reality, it feels like it's too late. Our communities have spoken with us and they are really concerned. They have strong relationships with local elected members and staff, and they are concerned that this will all be lost. We hope that even the small amount of time we have with you all this afternoon helps continue the conversation around ward placements through the disbanding of the Waikura Linwood Central Heathcote Community Board. Thank you.
Thank you, and yours is the toughest of the submissions to make, and I fully acknowledge that and appreciate the manner in which you've presented here today. Have we got questions for Alex? Sarah?
Thanks, Alex. We've been on that board together for a while now. Being that it is likely that something's going to go ahead that splits up the community board, we've had like Phillipstown Community Hub come and talk about the communities of interest that they share across sort of Phillipstown, Linwood, for Charleston, that area. Do you think council needs to make sure that even if those areas are in different community board areas, that it enables forums which allow the connections between those groups still?
Yeah, I think that would be really helpful. And look, I think that while we have elected members in different ward areas, they still understand the interests of those communities. But I think being able to have those communities still get together and talk about the issues that they are facing would be really helpful, because we are seeing similar issues across those communities, and being able to have them actually connect with those issues, I think we see better results.
And involving elected members from the 2 or 3 wards and stuff as well together. Yeah.
Yanni?
Thank you for your submission. Do you have any understanding of why the Linwood Central Heathcote Board was the only one that was put forward as an option to be disbanded compared to any of the other 3 ward boards?
I'll put the question back to you. No.
Right.
I heard no.
So in the workshops with staff, was there any reason given as to why the Linwood Central one?
Yes.
There was never an option where that board was retained.
Look, the thing is that it has been a very tough process, and I don't want to relitigate what can't be relitigated. We've gone out with a proposal. We've got a serious proposal put in front of us by one of the community boards, and it will be considered with due respect. So,
thank you.
James, you had a question.
I'm almost too afraid to ask, but I'll start on a positive that you're not rejecting coastal. So I appreciate that. Look, your proposal has been discussed before now, and I have to admit, when we were going through it at Coastal Burwood, I hadn't really thought about this one, and the concept that you're proposing, I'm really open to it actually. But can you just describe a little more why those 3, just in 25 words or less, because you don't have much time, I know, yeah?
Still
why those 3?
So we can...
It's a phrase, 25 words
So
or
it's
less.
Heathcote, Linwood, Coastal.
Linwood and Coastal. So the discussion that we had around our board table, and I must say that, look, it's not necessarily unanimously supported, but people saw the merit in it as well, even if it wasn't unanimous. It's having those areas of interest together. So communities that can connect around coastal issues. And obviously there are 2 more low socioeconomic areas within that cluster. We also still have a higher socioeconomic area, but having those communities of interest together actually gives you the opportunity to work with staff across those areas on ways that you can connect those communities and work more holistically in trying to make some real positive change in those connected communities.
The last question is, could you just not tell Phil Major that I support this?
Okay. I'll not post it on my wall.
Because every time we shift something around, then something has to move.
Absolutely.
And I think the downside of that option is the separation between the 2 sides of the residential red zone. Yes. You know, the Otakaro Avon River corridor. And you know, it seems to me that there's a centrality around the rivers that require more of a focus. So if you think of the Otakaro Avon River, and you think of the Opawaho Heathcote River, you start to, you know, you connect at the estuary, and it's a strong connection in terms of what our ambitions are for our rivers.
Yeah.
So you know, and in terms of strengthening communities, building communities around the work that needs to be done on the rivers seems to be a powerful incentive, as it is in the Littleton Harbour.
And that's valid. That is valid. What comes down the river, but I'd like to see that the ihutai, the estuary, be treated like a lung rather than a sink.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you have the 3 wards surrounding it, taking care of it and having some strong input into it, that will make that happen faster. What comes down the tap or down the tube to the lung is different.
Wow. You could argue the toss either which way. Yeah. So I mean, and it just shows the strength of the challenge that we've got. I'd just like you to spend just a minute on Phillipstown because we had quite a strong presentation from them.
I haven't actually seen Phillipstown presentation, but I do know that is a community that does worry about being broken up. And they have created a very strong community, obviously based around the Phillipstown hub that has been their central location. And I think that having them within the ward area and having them within that wider ward area has actually been able to enable them to get a lot more done, and you're starting to see some positive conclusions coming.
But your proposal would take them out of your ward?
Yes. So, look, it's not an ideal situation for Phillipstown. But I think what Sarah proposed earlier about having them actually still interacting together, then I think that could be something that could be a positive. But yeah, I must say it is not an ideal situation for Phillipstown.
Very difficult trying not to.
Yeah.
But look, thank you very much for your submission, and thanks to your community board too for putting so much effort into it. I know that yours is the hardest one to have been put together, so thank you very much for coming and presenting today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have Sylvia Lukey from Kennedy's Bush Road Neighbourhood Association. Hoping it's Lukey. And Sylvia's put you've got a printed one in front of you? Yeah, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Sylvia Lukey. I'm the BSc from Canterbury, and I'm the acting chairman for the Kennedy's Bush Road Neighbourhood Association. The area that our association covers is the length of Kennedy's Bush Road, including Mapledale Place on the flat area, all roads leading off Kennedy's Bush Road on the hill section, includes Quarry Hill subdivision. Included also are the properties on the hillside of Cashmere Road from Kennedy's Bush round to Sutherland's Road. My submission relates to the representation review being undertaken today. Kennedy's Bush Road in its entirety has always been aligned with the Horswell ward and the township of Horswell. In the early days, the lower flat section was Patterson's Avenue, and the hill section, Kennedy's Bush Road. The residents of Kennedy's Bush Hill section have always worked together to build and protect the environment surrounding them. The first cottage was built on the hill in 1913. In the 50s, a group of residents put in money and worked every weekend to build and establish a water supply for their homes. The council later took that over. I think they bought it off them, I'm not sure. Later, residents helped each other when building their homes around the rim of the quarry. These sections were actually sold off by the council in the 50s to fund the Queen's visit. In relatively recent times, the neighbourhood took the initiative to present a plan for the rehabilitation of the quarry precincts to counter the plan for a hot mix plant and rubbish dump to fill the quarried hole. Later, we made submissions to prevent part of the now quarry park on the flat alongside Kennedy's Bush Road and on this hill section behind the old manager's house from being sold off for housing. Now that area, when we'd petitioned to have the quarry rehabilitated and made into a park, Parks gave those two plots of land to the property division, or certainly the upper one, as a sort of a sop. And then later, when we made submissions, the Parks division had to buy it off the property division, which all seems a bit of a nonsense. We have watched and cared about what has happened in the Quarry Park and take great pride as it is the result of this neighbourhood association's efforts. We are happy that the area is well used and gives much joy and healthy respite for the people of Christchurch and beyond. We are now confronted with a mad plan, and I think it's just simply somebody drawing lines and had no idea about our community. And the mad plan is to divide the neighbourhood with one side of the road in Horswell Ward and the other in the Cashmere Ward, with the quarry remaining in the Horswell Ward. The review being undertaken purports to focus on communities. Now, there's a definition after there. A community is a social unit, a group of living things with commonalities such as norms, religion, values, customs, or identity. As can be seen from above, we have had a connecting community from the 40s, 50s through to the 80s, when the Kennedy's Bush Road Neighbourhood Association Incorporated was formally registered to this present time. Thus, we have constituted the definition of a continuous community for around 70 to 80 years. So saying we're not part of Horswell is a nonsense. Our focus is on the community of people in the KBRNA area and their connection to the heart of Horswell. Communities of interest are defined by the people who live in them, their interests and activities and interactions which bound in Horswell. Initially, activities centred around the Horswell Hall, churches and grocery store at the junction of Horswell Sparks Road and Kennedy's Bush Road. Later, more shops, chemist, hardware, clothing, butcher were built at the junction of Sparks and Kennedy's Bush Road. A library was built across from the shops and a pool further down Horswell Road. This heart/hub has expanded to what can be seen today, with a supermarket and various shops opposite the Anglican Church, a new library attached to the swimming pool, and meeting rooms for clubs and activities for all ages. Schools, green spaces for sport and associated clubs, places of worship, green areas such as the Quarry Park fill a need for both passive and active recreation, enabling people to de-stress from busy lives. These connected aspects of Horswell contribute to people having a feeling of stability that comes from identifying with and loving their living environment. The people in our neighbourhood have always been involved and led many of the activities. For example, a local resident, Nan Corn, was heavily involved in the swimming club and left money in her will to cover the swimming pool. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough money, but it provided the covered slide. Many of the residents were involved in the garden club, with the noted horticultural expert Margaret Watling living here also. The neighbourhood contained many extremely beautiful gardens, Stowe being exceptional. The people in this neighbourhood have lived a connected life, both to their neighbours and Horswell as a whole. More than a few people who have lived on the hill in the past have been followed by their children and grandchildren, choosing to live in this community. Horswell has always been our centre of interest, and this makes the proposal a nonsense. Whilst Westmoreland is a fit for the Cashmere Ward, we are not. It has been stated that one of the common areas of interest with the Cashmere Ward is the danger of fires on the hills, etc. If this is the raison d'etre, then the Cashmere Ward should extend the length of the hills to Scarborough. If the commonality is higher values of hill properties, that's also a nonsense. Our neighbourhood is not focused on that aspect. It is not our task to decide what other areas need to have their boundaries changed, but it is certainly not our neighbourhood, which has always been part of Horswell. We realise this is a juggling of numbers exercise, but we cannot see that transferring a portion of properties located in our neighbourhood association area from the current Horswell Ward to the Cashmere Ward will in any way contribute to our community and the interests we have. What it will do is divide an established community which has contributed to the betterment of Horswell in many ways over decades. I have lived in Kenty's Bush Road since the 70s, and my focus has always been Horswell. In conclusion, we have no affinity with the Cashmere Ward, having always been associated with Horswell. We ask the panel to leave the KBRNA boundaries as they are in the Horswell Ward. Thank you.
Thank you. Have you looked at the advice that's online in relation to what staff say could be done in this area?
Are you speaking to me?
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't catch it.
Oh, sorry. The staff have identified that the current boundary, which I understand is Worsley's Road, could be reinstated by moving an additional 400 people back into the Horswell Ward. Is that essentially what your submission is? It's about 400 people in that area?
In
the south area.
Well, I'm really not making a decision for the people in Worsley Spur. I'm saying they were in Horswell.
Yep.
They are a fit if you look at what defines a community.
Yeah.
Aren't they with Cashmere? We are not.
Yeah.
And never have been.
But the small part that includes Kennedy's Bush, that has no direct road access to Cashmere, is that what you're talking about? Yeah. I think we can do it. I think the staff have given us a way that we could make that happen.
Right. The existing areas that are in our neighbourhood association have always been in Horswell. I think I've shown today that we are people who identify with Horswell and always have before all of the new infill.
Right. And I guess what I'm trying to signal to you is that the staff have said that there is a relatively easy way for us to consider to do that.
Good, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next one is Paul O'Connor.
Right. My name's Paul O'Connor. Those of you who may not know me, I've been a resident of the Kennedy's Bush Road Association, of Kennedy's Bush Road for some 16 years. I've been very active in the Greater Horsville and Christchurch area. I've been the MC of the Dawn service in the Christchurch City for the 16 years. I'm one of the coordinators for the Horsville Anzac Day, and I'm also an active member of the Horsville Lions Club and Lions Clubs International. And I'm currently the District Governor for the Upper South Island and West Coast. I have at times made submissions to the Community Board, and in recent years I spent a monthly meeting with the Council over the cenotaph relocation, only to be hijacked by those not considering the implications on the District Anzac Day Dawn services. But so much for that. This boundary change on Kennedy's Bush Road affects many of my friends and neighbours who will be disenfranchised from the community to whom they connect and identify with. Kennedy's Bush Road community travels down the hill, around the quarry, down into the heart of Horsville at the junction. We as a community are an integral part of the fabric of Horsville. We have no connection with Cashmere community and are separated by a building line restriction and another separate suburb, Westmoreland. We are not part of Cashmere in any way or form. I propose that the eastern boundary of the Horsville ward be moved to the building line restriction behind the current houses on the upper eastern side of Kennedy's Bush Road. There appears to be no logical reason other than council staff or consultant employed to run a pencil down the middle of the road without taking into consideration the adverse effects on the community they are splitting. The community needs to have common representation for community concerns. It would appear that there was little understanding on the part of the drafters of the layout of the local area of Kennedy's Bush Road. This community has no other road connection to it other than through the heart of Horsville. A gross omission on the part of this presentation of a hurried and ill-advised plan. There has been in this community little or no information of this plan. The residents received nothing in their letterbox. For democracy, all a community has to receive information. No such written information was circulated on this change. Excuses are received by council staff of the cost, and they claimed that it was on the website and Facebook and community papers as limited engagement with the community. Most people these days don't read papers, and local papers are only sporadically delivered in our area. A simple notification to all residents via their letterbox would have forewarned them of another change rather than by stealth. And we surveyed a lot of people up there. We had a man go around and no one knew of this change. This change will have an adverse effect on our community. It skews representation, and no consideration has been taken into account for the community well-being or social connection to a different, distant social, cultural and geographic location totally disconnected from our community. Due to these adverse effects and this divisive nature of this proposed plan, it cannot proceed in its current form. Thank you. I did also add a bit more on my paper about looking at the bigger picture, about all councillors being elected by the whole city, but that might be too much for you.
Thank you. I don't know if you picked up what I said before, but council staff have come up with a relatively easy proposal for us to consider, which would do exactly what you've asked, which is to put the separated bit back into the Hallswell ward.
Yep.
So I don't know. I mean, that takes you down to 9 seconds. So thank you very much for your submission today. But it is incredibly helpful that you did make the submission. So I did want to thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Loughton. Welcome.
Right, Paul Loughton, 40-year resident in Kennedy's Bush Road. Just a clarification there, I think I saw on the list of submissions on the online that there was a wee bit of confusion between Paul's and my own. My number anyway submission number was 40052. It was very similar to what Paul has said and also to what Sylvia has said in the past. So it seems as if we have pretty well a uniform agreement from your staff and also from your Cashmere and also from Hallswell committees that we should go back to where it was. The Mayor has raised the question of using the boundary of, over at, I'm trying to think of the road now.
Yeah, I read it out. I'll find it again.
Yeah, I just forgot for a moment. It's gone. I should know.
Was it Dunbar? Was it? Worsley's
Road, that's right. I can't really agree with that simply because that, I don't know how if you know the area, in between that you've got Westmoreland. To me, it was logical to take the boundary. First of all, I was going to look at the western side and simply go across as far as...
Except for Westmoreland? Keep Westmoreland and Cashmere.
Yeah, it would be in Cashmere, that's right. But if you take the Hallswell boundary out to Worsley Road, then you would be incorporating Westmoreland, unless you had a ring around it or something. But my suggestion might be that if you want to shift that boundary at all that way, you might go as far as the Hoonhay Valley Road.
Right. Okay.
But that's open to that. But as long as Kennedy's Bush Road has remained intact as an isolated community, then going over to the west, I suggest also you shift the boundary to the Selwyn Council boundary. It means taking in Lansdowne Road, Worley Valley Road, which only going to bring in about another 50 or so houses, including the back, because Kennedy's Bush Road residents on the west side back onto Lansdowne Valley. Valley. So the logic would be to include that boundary. Otherwise, you're going to have a strip of Cashmere going between Kennedy's Bush Road and Lansdowne Valley for about, 20 or so houses in Lansdowne Valley. So it makes sense just to shift the boundary from the top of Kennedy's Bush Road, where the houses are, across directly to the Selwyn Council boundary. If you can figure that on the map. The only one that's going to miss out then will be a house which has been just recently shifted, lock, stock and barrel, right up Kennedy's Bush track, 2/3 of the way up the hill. Goodness knows how your planners see it as right, and shifted onto a farm on the right-hand side of Kennedy's Bush track, all on its own, way up the top. Anyway, that's something that got under my skin when I saw it, but that one's gone. So that's basically what I have to agree. Obviously, you've had 20-odd submissions from Kennedy's Bush Road residents, people all in favour of shifting it. You've got the two local bodies, both also in favour, and also your staff now see the point. How it happened in the first place, I don't know. I'm reminded of the paper roads in the early days when they drew these lines on the maps over cliffs. That's a road, that's a road. Now, if somebody's done that in your council staff, they need to be spoken to. Sorry. Yeah. That's about what I have to say.
Yeah, no, look, I understand, and I know that some have said, that we should have done a letter drop. The thing is that when things like this happen, then that's when all of a sudden you get 70 or 80 submissions. So I'm sorry that we've put you to that, but at least we are now all very clear about what the issue is around community of interest. So certainly appreciate it. Tim.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Paul. So your suggestion about going from the Hoonhay Valley Road straight up to the Summit Road is a logical one. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Sarah.
Yeah, we are aware, of course, that there is houses creeping over the top of the Hoonhay Valley from Westmoreland.
Yeah, but they would be incorporated in the Kashmir.
Yeah, I think you need to draw a line. So what I'm saying is there are houses on either side of Hoonhay Valley Road.
Yes, yep.
So you have to, I guess, include those houses in that boundary.
Okay, yeah.
So, thanks so much, and that while it looks like we're quite keen to try and fix it completely for Kennedy's Bush, there's always issues with numbers and things. But I just want to reaffirm, because some of the previous submitters have said it as well, just because there's an electoral boundary line doesn't stop all the communities just doing their normal community stuff with all their different connected communities. And so, yeah, no one's going to be forcing anyone to go and do something in Kashmir. It's just a line on a map and
Correct.
Still doing things in your own communities.
Correct, but if we want to go to a community board...
That's right. Yeah, so I completely get that, and you want that commonality of representation, which is
when the
really
community boards are the same, then
it doesn't matter.
One issue.
Yeah.
When they're different community boards, you're sending communities off to two different community boards on one
That's
issue.
it, which happens
Which
a lot.
It happens a bit, but it does.
But it doesn't stop it. It doesn't stop anyone doing there.
We don't need to recreate the problem here.
No.
So thank you very much for your submission. Much appreciated. David Hawke, Hallswell Resident Association.
Okay, kia ora, and thank you very much for taking giving us the opportunity to speak to you today. So I'm Secretary of Hallswell Residents Association, so normally I would have John Bennett, our Chair, sitting next to me, but he's not able to be here today. So the particular statistic that's guided our thinking for a long time is the turnout in local body elections of 40%, which is totally unacceptable in our view. So this is just a broad brush sort of thing that sort of we pin a lot of our thinking along. And we also find a lot of people in our community have no idea how council works. So we're basically looking to the representation review to see what it might do towards turning both of those sorts of things around. So we're going to focus on two particular topics from our written submission. So Banks Peninsula and community board structure. So the third topic that we would have talked about is Hallswell ward boundaries. I think you've probably got some of that message already. So we thought we might start with Banks Peninsula. So in the draft proposal, Banks Peninsula ward has 9,400 for its city councillor, whereas Hallswell has 22,970. We don't think that is fair on our ward councillor, Councillor Galloway, and similarly for the other ones of you too. So if we look at some history, the Local Government Banks Peninsula District Reorganisation Order 2005, which was signed by Michael Cullen, had its clause 6, which said that one member of Christchurch City Council is to be elected from Banks Peninsula Ward at the first election, and that representation must not be altered for a period of at least 3 years. So we've long thought that 3 years is up. Unfortunately, the Local Government Commission in 2016 disagreed with us, saying that, quote, Christchurch City must retain Banks Peninsula Ward based on isolation and alternative options that would divide communities of interest or combine communities of interest with few commonalities. It's now 2021, so if we think about isolation, to us isolation's got 4 components: public transport options, internet access, mobile phone coverage and roading. So if we have a look at internet for a start, fibre broadband obviously on the peninsula is not good, but then again neither is Hallswell. There are large chunks of Wigram and Hallswell that don't have fibre broadband, but across all of those areas, and this is very different from 2016, there are plenty of alternative internet options that are pretty global, and the great majority of residents have good internet access one way or another. Mobile phone coverage, obviously we accept that there are blank spots in Banks Peninsula, but again, the great majority have coverage or can easily get it. One point that's really important here, I think, is that there are plenty of people in metropolitan Christchurch that can't afford internet or a fancy mobile phone, so these access issues are not actually restricted to Banks Peninsula. And then if we have a look at public transport, Littleton, Diamond Harbour on the ECAN public transport network, Akaroa and Little River are covered by private contractors. In terms of communities of interest, totally accept that Banks Peninsula is different, but every part of Christchurch could easily make that same argument. So in an example that we'll return to in just a moment, you recently heard Joe Robertson and Ruth Shah bringing an Addington perspective in the context of the draft climate change strategy. So a more disadvantaged area, brought something which I think you don't often hear around the council table, and we would argue that actually Hallsville folk have more in common with Banks Peninsula folk than they do with Addington, yet Banks Peninsula ward has only 40% the number of people in it that the Hallsville ward does. Turning now to community board structure, which is quite a different question really. So your proposal is for a default 3-ward community board structure with the 2-ward community boards gone. We've noted in other submissions over the last month or so that community boards struggle with community engagement, and we can break this down into 2 components, structural issues and cultural issues. Our argument today is that the structural issues, we don't want to make them so that they make the cultural issues worse. In our experience, community boards really struggle to get actually out into the community. It's too much. The community must come to us. And we have an example to show you of the difference between a 2-ward and a 3-ward community board. It concerns Spraden Cashmere and Hallsville Hornby Riccarton. It's really important at this point to emphasise that this question is not about the elected members or about the chairs of the community boards. If you think of Mike Mora and Carolyn Potter, they're incredibly focused on their committees. We've got a 2-ward community board being able to demonstrate greater responsiveness. Last year, Spraden Cashmere ran one of their regular meetings at Addington School. Agenda included the crossing of Brougham Street at Collins Street. It brought the school community, students and parents out to meet authority on locals' terms, and it was a huge success. Not only did locals get to meet their elected members, but Waka Kotahi and City Council traffic engineers went all soft and gooey, which is not our experience normally. And with that example, our community board then went out to Night Stream, a huge success. 15 people turned up versus 3 or 6 normally. So there's a picture of that in our submission. So obviously if you go along with our submission, you're going to have to go out to consultation all over again, but we think it'll be worth it. Kia ora.
Unfortunately, we're now stuck in a process that requires us to now deliver to certain legal milestones. So going back out for another round of submissions on the subject this time round is not possible, but it is always possible up for the next council to do a representation review. You have to do them every 6 years, but you can do them every 3 years. So I would certainly recommend that we give some thought to that broader issue in that context. Has anyone got any questions about the submission itself? No? We're all good? Okay. Oh, Andrew.
Thank you. So just reading a little bit further into your submission, is your suggestion, certainly taking the point that you're making about Banks Peninsula, that Banks Peninsula and Hallswell should combine in some way, or that a part of the peninsula and Hallswell should combine?
No, I don't think that necessarily. I guess what we're saying is that the distinction in terms of communities of interest is not as strong as that justifies a separate Banks Peninsula ward. Whether Banks Peninsula got swung in to Hallsville, well, I don't know. But that's, I guess what we're seeing is that inequity of the amount of representation that is given, and I understand this is your ward, but I mean the amount of representation that is given to that group of people as opposed to other people around the city. That's really our point, and our argument would be is that Banks Peninsula, it would actually, coming back to the Mayor's comment, it would involve redrawing the whole thing and starting all over again, but we think it's well past time that should have happened.
It was considered, which was the legal requirement. It was considered, and in fact the recommendation put up by the council was to retain the ward. So it's been through a consideration every time the representation review's gone on, and we are considering it this time in the context of the proposal is that it remains, and the overwhelming weight of submissions is in favour of that. And what I'm hearing from you though is that there is a difference in terms of the representation for a councillor, but a councillor on either which side would pick up a vast amount of distance. And the representation, when you look at where representation sits in terms of remuneration, I know remuneration's not a driver of this, but a councillor is one amongst equals around the council table. In the community board area, they are based on the numbers they represent. So they are paid obviously considerably less than community board members in other districts, whereas the ability to represent way out on the far reaches would have to be done by a subset anyway. So, but it's a relative point. Anne and Sarah.
Thank you. David, thank you for the consistent message that you give to us that we need to get better at engagement. And Kennedy's Bush Road folk that have come have highlighted the fact that they didn't know about stuff and they should have. I'm just wondering, this isn't really what we're about, but it kind of is. How would we do it better? You've obviously done a lot of thought about this. Just quickly, a couple of things that we could have done better in this situation to make sure people like Sylvia and Paul and
can we not do that right now? I mean,
okay.
We're going to have to review the methodologies and processes for the future, but I'd rather focus on getting this representation review and the analysis of the the boundaries and the different ward configurations. So
it is kind of relevant because unless we hear from people about what they think, we can't make the decision.
Can we do that after the event though?
Yeah.
We're not going to go back out for another
No, I
engagement.
understand that, but I think going forward next time we could do it better.
Yeah. Sarah.
Thanks so much, David. Getting to your point about the access that people have, or lack of access, both in the city as well as Banks Peninsula now. We hear sometimes from the residents, or quite a lot from the residents of Banks Peninsula, that city dwellers don't understand the rural environment and how different it is. But do you think that sometimes the rural residents don't understand how different communities within a city can be?
Absolutely, totally. And it's been a real eye-opener for us.
Yeah.
Councillor Scandrett a few years ago suggested we get more involved with the Addington community, and we've done that. And I've been so we've done that. Chair and I went along to Spraden Cashmere a few times and sat in on their meetings, and more lately we've got engaged with some of the folk in the Addington community, and they're people we've never met before, and a type of people, and their perspective is amazing, but we just don't get to hear it.
Yeah.
And absolutely, I think that it goes right across the city, really, as people just don't appreciate, the diversity that we have in the city,
yeah.
and don't make those connections. And really, that's really what we're driving at with our submission, is we need to bring those sorts of communities much more together so that they can hear each other's viewpoints. And we ain't going to do this anytime soon. But for example, if we look in our area, it's really great that Hallswell talks to Hornby, because Hallswell and Hornby are dramatically different communities. Or you could say that Hallswell hooks up with Spraden. Again, dramatically different communities, but we need to hear each other's perspectives.
Yep.
And that then gets fed back. And I think that's, we're not a little bunch of islands spread across the city.
No.
And that there is a lot of not misunderstanding, just lack of apprehension.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, I found your submission really valuable, and I haven't read it yet, but I've downloaded the Wachowski article that you've referred us to, Civic Life in the Divided Metropolis, and if others would like to have a look at it, I'll circulate it, because that's the kind of in-depth thinking that we need to do about how do we engage communities with each other. It's that connected, joined up, strengthened communities.
Yeah.
That's what builds the community resilience, and it's not so much dependent on where you live, but how you interconnect as communities. Yeah. Good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening. Thank you.
Alison Ross. Do people want a copy of this article?
I'd prefer to stand if I may. All right?
Yes, you may stand, you may sit,
You can
whatever
hear me
makes
all
you
right, I
comfortable.
suppose, can you?
That's fine. We can all hear you.
Right, very good. You've got to be nimble because the man with the scythe might be behind you. I'm not here to, so much in relation to representation. It's a matter of existential situation with Banks Peninsula. I need to go through the whole history, but you know, in 1989, of course, the Local Government Commission ordered a complete review, and there was Waimari and there was Rickerton, and by this time I seem to remember Sumner had already come into the Christchurch area. Well, they appointed Susan, what was her name? Can't think now, but she was the commissioner who did the review for and came to the decision that the best way to breaking up the resolution of Peninsula was to put most of the peninsula into the Selwyn ward, the Selwyn Council district, and the Harbour Basin, in Littleton, Dartmouth Harbour and so on, should come into the city. Now, the natives weren't happy, and rather unusually, the Local Government Commission listened, and they let us take up this cudgel, and we remained a separate entity, Banks Peninsula and Littleton and so on. It went quite well. I thought it went very well. And, you know, we did work town and country, as much as we could expect. But then along came former mayor who promised 20% rates reduction if we all joined the city. Of course, it was just a phantom. It was just a lie, really. I'm not blaming Bob completely, but I know he's very sick, very ill. But 44% of the people actually wanted to stay with Banks Peninsula as a separate entity. And the problem is, I don't think the council, Christchurch City Council does rural very well. I think you're an urban authority. You know, you're not farmers. Are you farmers here? Don't think so. You're not, and I don't think. And the other point is in relation to Banks Peninsula Ward. It's an outlier, not an outlier just in area, in geographical area. I mean, we hear about Horswell and so on, but it's the only ward that's got problems that they have to deal with, like wastewater disposal in a central system, and water. I mean, Littleton, of course, is now, and I didn't agree with it ever, is to shove everything out to the sea. And there was Bob's big waving. And because of that, there's been no real progress in relation to environmental issues. And to me, it's time you re-looked at this issue, and perhaps you should be talking with Selwyn, and perhaps you should say the rural area is sort of beyond our remit, really. And perhaps I used to think it was great. I supported the independent peninsula. But I've come back to this situation now, having lived in Littleton for 38 years or so, Europe. It's changed. Littleton is quite a affluent, how could I describe it, affluent dormitory suburb with all its community of interest is towards the city. And that's fine. But that doesn't apply from once you've got to the hills and towards Akaroa. And I don't think you're dealing with it very well. I do think that, the work I did within the, when we looked at retaining the situation, the status quo, we had the farmers, but I'm a conservationist. Unfortunately, most people aren't. You say, well, no, of course they are, they do whatever. But they don't. They don't put their rubbish in the right bin. But, you know, there are issues here which I don't think the council is dealing with and will be able to deal with very well at all. And I think you should get back to talking to Selwyn. It just seems to me that now we are at this dormitory suburb situation, and walloped. Everybody goes into town and works, you know, even the people on the wharf live in town. And I get back now to say, Sarah, you dealt with the wastewater, didn't you? I saw your name there. And I don't think it was done very well. I spent 4 years on the wastewater working party in Littleton. We spent, I don't know how many hours. We came up lots of alternatives, which were going to be available. Have my time up?
Yes, yeah. No, thanks very much for your time. I kind of get the point that you're making, and but it's not within our ability to consider the location into another ward, another.
Look, I know that, Leanne, but I just wanted to put it in your mind that
council
you know,
district
there are alternatives here.
Yeah,
but if you hang around on it long enough, as I have on this earth, you might come to other alternatives. I think that's one.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for making the presentation and for taking the time to come and do it in person. Much appreciated. Thank you. Harry Stono, Akaroa Ratepayers and Residents Association.
Well, I see we've got the theme established already.
Yep.
Actually, I see in the infrastructure review that the government are running, it does talk about redrawing boundaries of local bodies. So that's an interesting thought, isn't it? So Akaroa, so to get to Akaroa from here, you drive through 60 or 70 kilometres of rural countryside. You know, you're out there in Selwyn district. It takes an hour or more. You get over the hill and you get to Akaroa, and what do you find? You find a bit of Christchurch City, the stuff that you have around here. Well, no, you don't. You know that you do not. You don't find some suburb that looks just like the neighbours next door. You find it a unique and distinct village community. It's got its own rural hinterland, serving its own farming base. It's a community with a heritage that's older and more diverse than Christchurch City. And it's got a tradition of independence and self-reliance. And the peninsula, 1,000 square kilometres of rural farmland, 5 times the size of the urban area at least. And the peninsula is busy turning itself into something else. It was hard-won farming land. You might think it was the wrong idea to sort of mill the trees and burn the bush and all that sort of thing. It was right. They thought it was right then. It looks wrong now. Anyway, it's regenerating. It's turning itself into something else. It's conservation, regeneration, pest control. Those are the topics of conversation. We don't talk about the Coxford harvest anymore out there. So people in the urban city seem to regard that process very favourably, but it's not clear to everybody here that that takes commitment and effort to keep that sort of thing going and to keep the heritage Akaroa going. It's a little bit of a struggle. If I was to suggest to a council staff member that there was a deliberate council policy to systematically dismantle local communities, I mean, they would obviously say that was a ridiculous suggestion. They would say our policy is to enhance communities. That's what it says in your documents. We promote resilient communities. We help communities to own their own future. Those are the words in the documents. It does say those things, but the reality on the ground is a bit different. If I was to put that suggestion to somebody on the streets of Akaroa, the answer would be more like this. Ever since the amalgamation in 2006, the City Council has been chipping away at the distinct identity of the Peninsula and Akaroa communities. Not deliberately, but that's what happens. Steadily, step by step, you are destroying the individual identities in places that you simply do not understand and you don't seem able to understand. When I say you, obviously, I mean the council machine. There must be a template, somebody must have it in their drawer somewhere, in this building. There's a template for what a community should be like, and how it should act. And places that fail to conform, ones that don't identify with the template, they need to be moulded into shape by the council machine until they're an acceptable community. I mean, why on earth would you abolish the volunteer library service system, the system of volunteers?
Harry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I am, because the focus for today is the representation review.
Yes.
I know that there are all of these other subjects, and we will be dealing with a number of them in the LTP process. But can you focus on whether you want to retain the separate identity for the Banks Peninsula ward, the subdivisions within that?
I was explaining why it's
elements.
different and
Yes.
so forth.
No,
Okay, moving down the page, thank you. We need help to maintain our own identity, and in our recent sort of polling and so on, the approval rate of the council was very, very low. I mean, that's very unfortunate. We don't want it to be like that. We want to see some change from the council, but we also want assistance from the community board. The subject of the day is the representation review, as you quite rightly point out. You cast an eye over the consultation document and it looks outrageous. The representation level in the peninsula is something like 10 times what it might be in the city and so on. Why would that be? But we need all the representation that we can get. We need representation, in fact, that is more meaningful. We want councillors and board members who are dedicated to our area and can affect the decision making and the planning that ends up affecting our lives and our communities. We know it's hard for the elected members to affect what happens inside the council machine, but we need to work towards that and so on. So the reality is we've got a small and historic community that is struggling to keep its own identity. There's the onslaught of modern lifestyles and so on, and then there's the onslaught of the council machine. The standardisation, conformity, it comes across to us as mediocrity, it might not to other areas. And we've been critical of the council in the past, and we've been critical of the community board, and we've been critical of our councillor. And we might have had good reasons at the time, but the truth of the matter is we value having a councillor and board members who work hard to protect our interests. We know that they do. And we need to keep it like that and to work on it and to make that system better. We need those people to be listened to more within the corridors of this building. So I picked up the Akaroa Mail yesterday, and there's an advertisement in the Akaroa Mail where you're advertising for a governance advisor for the Banks Peninsula Community Board. And it says that the person will be at the forefront of local governance decision making in a fast-growing, diverse and exciting community. I mean, I don't know who writes this stuff, but because we would not have used those adjectives perhaps, But anyway, this person is going to be supporting elected member decision making to build strong communities. Well, we already have a strong community. We want this council to accept that and to help us to keep it that way. And having a strong community board that's focused on our area is the way to do that, in our opinion. So we don't want the existing community taken to pieces and remoulded. We want to keep what we've got and to build on that. So what's different about our community that justifies the proposed makeup of the Banks Peninsula Community Board? Well, firstly, there's the distinct nature and historical nature of the peninsula communities and how our aspirations and ideas, they do truly differ from the urban communities. There's the rural nature of the peninsula, how modern farming and land management practices are changing and what that means for the community and how that interacts with the city. Tourism, it's a big thing on the peninsula, becoming a bigger thing, but it's a threat as well. It's a looming threat. And the way it gets handled on the peninsula is quite different to the way that you'll be wanting to handle it in the city. There's the impact of terrain, distance, driving times and so on. It just does take quite a while to get around out there. And there's basic principles of equity and fairness. I know you were talking earlier about the different pay rates and so on. We don't see why somebody doing the same job, in effect, should have a different pay rate. We don't think that's fair at all. And so we want to encourage you to promote some true recognition of the unique nature of the peninsula and its communities and the important contribution that we are able to make to the Christchurch city. So we support the proposal as it stands in the discussion document. And we will work with you to try and do even better than that.
So some of the councillors would prefer to see it come into the ward to be merged with either one or two of the wards that sit within the city. And you've heard some of the submissions here this afternoon that have essentially reflected the same thing. What's the counter to that? What would be the disadvantage of doing that?
Well, I think from our point of view, you might as well not have a ward system at all. You know, we would lose. We would feel that our centre representation was completely lost, and we would just be totally drowned in the 400,000 people that you have here in the city.
Okay, Sarah.
Thanks so much. I'm just wondering, there's been a number of submissions, not just in this process, but over a period of time, where people in Banks Peninsula have expressed concern about the lack of understanding in the urban area of Banks Peninsula. And I'm wondering if that could be partly because we have kept it separate for so long, and we've only had a very small number of people who are separate representing it, instead of it being more integrated with more members, so that everyone has a fuller understanding and responsibility for Banks Peninsula. Given that, especially like on the Port Hills areas, we've got similar issues as across with the conservation and the community groups doing that kind of work as well.
Yes, the Port Hill areas are obviously tied a little closer to the city than Akaroa and the far side of the peninsula, which is the area that I speak for.
Mm.
I can see there's some validity in what you're suggesting there, but on the other hand, I think that's outweighed by the distinct nature of Akaroa and the distance out to the far end of the peninsula, and where it gets, you know, it is truly remote from the city.
Yeah, but you don't see that same difference for the Littleton Harbour? Because it's very much more connected, isn't it?
No, I don't see the same difference, because you've got a lot of people commuting from the Littleton area into the city,
Diamond Harbour
backwards and forwards all day, you know.
Yeah.
And we have people out our end of the peninsula who come into town once a month, maybe.
Yeah, thank you.
James, did you have a question?
Just quickly, kia ora, Harry. The Mayor has mentioned it, but, you know, there are some people, even people sitting around here, that are considering or asking the question, why should Banks Peninsula be separate, full stop? You've explained why you think so, but how do you feel about the fact that other people in wards in the city, in the greater city, you know, they've got one representative for 25,000 people, and you've got one representative for 9,500.
I think a lot of people, and I've lived in cities, I've lived in this one, I think a lot of people in the city have very little interaction with the council at all. The council doesn't have much impact on their lives, you know, and so having what appears to be a lower level of representation is probably not that important to them.
Council has a great impact on their lives, and especially in the city with all the infrastructure.
But the infrastructure sort of happens all around them. It's just sort of happening all around them, and they're not really involved in that.
Yeah.
That's my take on it.
Okay, well then my response to that is, don't worry, they know how to get hold of us. Okay, so they do. But as I say, it's just it's odd for some people to see it as one councillor for 9,500 people as against one councillor for 26,000.
Yes, I can see that it looks odd.
Look, thank you very much for making your submission and for presenting to us in person. It does make a difference, so we do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, so that's the end of the submissions for today. So in terms of this particular meeting, I shall adjourn till 10 a.m. Wednesday. Thanks very much.